gotta get this show on the road. Chat's already happening. So much to talk about. Why, hi, how are you? Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett, and I earned that rank through many long years of fictional maritime service. So, would you like to talk about the Hunger Games, the bird songs of Ballads and Snowfall? I'm pretty sure that's the title. There might be like a word or two unaccounted for in that subtitle. Have you noticed that these subtitles are getting out of control? They're getting out of control, folks. This is a pandemic. This is the subtitle pandemic. There are too many words in too many subtitles, or there's too few. It's either there's like a 50-word subtitle, or it's like they just use the original title of the film with no subtitle to just confuse you. Like, for example, the Halloween remake is just Halloween. So now you have to, Star Trek. You have to say, oh, no, I mean Star Trek 2009. I don't mean the OG. Anyway, it's a problem, folks. It's a problem. And I am here to solve it. So you will have my review of The Hunger Games, the song Snakes of the Ballad Birds, and what else? What else do we have to talk about? The Marvels is, there is a character I'm very fond of in the game Final Fantasy VI, Kefka. And like one of his lines at the end of the game is, I will build a monument to non-exist. Final Fantasy VI, anyone? And well, the Marvels is a monument to non-existent box office revenue. and there is cope. And there's kind of a meme going around these days about maybe we're using the word woke a little too much. Maybe the woke, maybe we got to stop it. And I have a reply to that. And my reply is nuts. We're going to continue using the word woke, folks, because I think it is time we have a reminder of why we fight. One of the rules in the 48 Laws of Power, folks, is, and we are turning this against those using it against us, is crush your enemies. So we got them on the ropes, folks. Now is not the time to start to put the gloves back on. So I will, for all of you dear sailors and starnauts, give you my reasons why we fight and why this captain will continue to use the word woke, and we'll get into. But it's all in the context, okay, of bad storytelling that was created out of propaganda storytelling, which is failing. We have won, folks. We are winning on all fronts. We are winning on all fronts. And so we're going to talk about that. And I have something special for you today. I have watched the whole Conjuring universe. This was something I totally passed over. I'd never seen it. And I just binged the whole thing. I watched all the films. And so I will give you my presentation of all of the Conjuring films ranked, just so you know. Every one of these films I consider a winner. I believe so, right? Did I rate? Oh, what was that one? That one was, yeah, there we go. I forgot to put one score in my notes. All right, cool. So we got that. We have shills, the shills, Grizzy shills. There's some Loki defenders out there, so we're going to take a look at that. Valiant Renegade has a great breakdown of the Marvel's disasters. So we're going to talk about that. We have good things to talk about, folks. It's not all well, first of all, it's all good news on like the Marvel cinematic front, but also I have content that is good stuff that I want to talk about. So we'll talk about that's the Conjuring universe. And I also unearthed something interesting related to the Return of the Jedi. So don't go anywhere. We're just getting started. And we have Fu Man Blue in the chat. Hail, welcome aboard. I got to tell you, hat tip and a captain salute to you, to the fellowship. It makes me so happy to see you on a Sunday night. So this one's for you. this one's for all of us. You know, nobody has a problem on this channel with people disagreeing. People think my Five Nights at Freddy's turning up my nose like a snooty intellectual critic about Five Nights at Freddy was totally unpopular. And you know what? I'm fine with that. That's a good and that's a good thing because we need to have healthy disagreement. Nobody has a problem with disagreeing opinions. What we, the fellowship, have united against is bullying, aka wokeness, which is bullying. That's what it is. There's a lot of definitions for it. That's probably the simplest one. They're just bullies. That's all they are. You're not allowed to say that because that's a racist thing to think. It's like, I don't understand. I just thought that Miss Marvel could have been more interesting. Shut up, nerd. Okay. Sorry. Too much. Tom is in the chat. Toot toot. This is not a train channel, Tom. This is a maritime channel. This is we have starships and tall ships on this channel. There are no, I'm not a train guy. I've never been a train guy. You know, like I understand there's guys, there's dudes that love trains. That's like their favorite thing. Trains, where were trains in the 2000s BC? I'm just saying. Of course, where are starships? Well, to be fair. Okay. Anyway, but the captain will allow it. So toot toot. Oh, Jesus. Did I just say that live on the internet? That's what you've done to me, Tom. Anyway, the captain will allow it. Starfury says, piping the captain aboard. That's right. Are you playing the fife today? He's playing the fife today. You know, like, wow, I'm giving like tons of clippable memes today. Yes, hail Starfury. Captain salute, Tom Starfury. Tom says, those were my farts of excitement. I will accept that. The captain will accept that. And Fu Man Blue agrees. A comment of assent. What else we got? Starfury is doing, he's running cover for Tom. Starfury's running cover for Tom, who is usually posted in the cross trees. I prefer cross trees to crow's nest. Crow's nest is kind of an older cross trees. That's where he would be serving as a lookout or potentially a sniper. That would also be the cross trees post. And Starfury's running cover for him. Mississippi Riverboat could conceivably toot, which means, I guess it's true. I guess like, the Titanic. But I think of more like a foghorn. I don't really think of I would accept a ship's bell. A ship's bell. That's cool. Ship's bell. That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Tom says, stop railroading our imagination, Starfury. I'm railroading you, Tom. You're getting railroaded. Fu Man Blue says, asking us not to use woke is inspired by the self-same desire that possessed those hateful animals to ask forgiveness over their vax hate vids, etc., etc. Well, it's actually, so I'm actually talking about our side. I'm not, I don't like picking sides. I don't really believe in sides. I believe all humanity should just leave each other alone to live our lives as we see fit. Unfortunately, that's just not the world we live in. So because we are under attack, everything we love is under attack, and we are defending ourselves. That's how I look at it. We are defending this stops the moment they stop bullying us. The moment they stop bullying us with the sexism, the racism, the homophobia, and just allow us to have the perspectives we have, whether they think they're odious or not, the culture war is over at that point. There's no reason for a culture war if nobody's under attack. So what I'm hearing is people saying in the fellowship saying, I'm worried we're using that word a little too much. I feel like we're abusing that word. It's starting to get boring. Now, listen, I'm not throwing shade at people who say this. I understand why people are saying this. I'm saying, and I would have agreed with them in the past. In fact, I always would have agreed with them. I spent years of my life trying to be the sort of the sort of good. I don't really consider myself a conservative, but for sake of discussion, I sort of played the part of like a good conservative, the one you can be friends with. And it's like by showing them that we live by our principles, even if we're not being treated the same way. And it's like, I'm done with all that. I'm done with all that. It's like that because that's the mentality of like proportional response, right? There is only one way ultimately to win a culture war, and that is to destroy the other side's ability to make war. That's how you win. And so the word woke is something they hate. That's why we have to keep using it. That's why it has to continue to be used, because it's working. Because normies understand that word. This is where the propaganda, and I'm not talking about liberals, okay? Anyone who's liberal in the audience, please pull up a chair. You're welcome here. This is not about liberals versus conservatives. This is bullies who want to push their radical ideology onto entertainment and culture, okay? What they usually are good at is taking control of the language. They're very good at this. Everything that's woke is usually kind of cool, right? It's like Gen Z loves it. It's like it's super cool stuff, but it's got to the point where they're so nasty to people that now normies are seeing, wow, that's kind of mean. It's kind of mean to get Gina Carano fired just for saying beat bop boop in her profile. That's kind of mean. Or, stuff like that, threatening the lives of comedians like Dave Chappelle. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Now there's a word that describes all that nastiness, and it's called woke, and they know it and they hate it, and therefore it is the albatross we must hang around their neck. More on that later in the stream. And yes, Captain is going DIE. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what we're about here. That's us every time here on the Swords of Starships channel. This is, let's talk about the Hunger Games. Do you want to talk? By the way, we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Here are the Swords of Starships channel. And let's just dig into it. So I watched the Hunger Games, the Ballad of Snakebirds and Song Farts. What was it called? What is the name of the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes? The Snakes and the Songbirds. Whatever it is. Anyway, was it terrible? No, it's actually, I got to tell you, my reaction to this trailer when I saw it for the Hunger Games prequel was, I'm tired of prequels. I'm tired of prequels. They're lazy. And the worst thing about a prequel is that, especially if it's like it's already kind of a complete story has been told, what is the purpose of a prequel? Well, all it can do is tell you about things you already know in more detail. And really the problem with that is there's very rarely a meaningful character journey. It's very difficult to have a meaningful hero's journey in a direct prequel. And actually, the Star Wars prequels, of which I am a fan of the Star Wars prequels. Revenge of the Sith is one of my favorite films. What is it? Empire Strikes Back is probably my favorite, followed by Revenge of the Sith, followed by Return of the Jedi. I would say those are my top 3 Star Wars films. So I am a prequels fan. However, what is the problem with the Star Wars prequels? Well, they don't actually tell a character journey story. Anakin is the principal character, and all he does is give in to temptation in the end. So that doesn't actually tell a meaningful character story. And there is a great blogger, that back when blogs were a thing. What is it? It's called, he came up with a thesis. Like, how do you watch the Star Wars films properly? Do you watch them in chronological order? That is, you start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or do you watch it in release order? You watch 4, 5, 6, and then you go back and watch 1, 2, 3. Well, there's a blogger named, what is his name? I wish I could find it because I want to give him credit for this because I read this on the original. Was it Rod Hilton? I think it might be him. I I could be wrong about this. I believe this is it. I believe he had a blog. This is from 2011. His name is Rod Hilton. Okay, and he basically wrote an entire letter, and it's a long one, folks. It's pretty awesome too, and it explains why machete order is the proper way to watch it. Here's how it goes: you watch episode 4, A New Hope, then you watch Return of the Jedi, and then you stop there. You go back and you watch episode 2, Attack of the Clones, episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, and then you complete your Star Wars saga journey. And there's a great Christmas thing, by the way, with episode 6, Return of the Jedi. Now, why does he put it? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and I could spend a whole hour on this, but the most germane reason with relation to the Hunger Games is because Anakin's story actually serves as backstory to Luke's hero's journey. And what's really interesting about that order is that New Hope, followed by Empire Strikes Back, ends with the most important twist in the entire series, which is, of course, Darth Vader revealing he is, in fact, Luke's father. But there is some doubt at that point in the story as to whether Vader is telling the truth. We don't actually know, if we haven't seen Return of the Jedi, we don't actually know if Vader's telling the truth. So what's interesting about then going back and watching Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith is it goes back and it does kind of an extended flashback. This also preserves many of the surprises that are kind of spoiled if you watch Return of the Jedi before watching the prequels, and such as Leia being Luke's sister and things like that. But it basically reveals whether what Vader is saying or not is the truth. Then we complete the story with Luke finishing his battle against the Empire. And and I did this with a cousin of mine who's much younger and kind of missed the whole Star Wars thing. Like he'd seen him when he was really little, but he just didn't remember him. And we watched it in this order, and it was he had a profound experience. I'll maybe tell you about that another time. But he was moved. He was moved by this story. It really spoke to him because he had never seen the whole thing that way. And so what is my point with that? Well, my point is this is what's wrong with prequels, is that they don't actually tell a character story. Now, in that case, you watch it machete order, it works fine. I love those films. That's just a flaw that they have, right? The Star Wars films. So, what was the captain's point? I mean, the captain has just gone too far afield. We got to read it. So anyway, we're basically getting an Anakin story in Song, Ballads, and Singing Birds. Song, Ballads, and Singing Birds is about President Snow's backstory. Now, there's a couple of problems with this. First problem is President Snow was actually not that interesting of a character when you get right down deep. He basically is a typical dictator archetype. He is a dictator who rules by fear and fiat, and he plays it very well. He fills that role very well. But is he interesting? Not really. You know, I mean, he was interesting enough on that level that but was I ever curious how he became the dictator? Not really. Because it's actually, honestly, how does anyone become a dictator? By being a thug and basically either scheming or bullying their way to the top. That's pretty much how they get there. So nothing in the Hunger Games films proper implied there was something interesting or, oh, that would be an interesting story to hear. Not really. The villain, I guess you could say, did we have to know how Darth Vader became Vader? Well, I would say the only reason that was an interesting story is because he's Luke's father. That's the only reason. If Vader were not Luke's father, who would care how he became Darth Vader? We wouldn't care. You know, so the point of how he became, and the fact that there's kind of a second element within that, which is that originally Luke was told by Obi-Wan that his father had been betrayed and murdered by Vader. So his father was this heroic Jedi Knight who was killed by Vader, who had been a friend of his that had betrayed him. which is a pretty interesting story. You got to admit, if that had been the truth, that still would have been kind of interesting. It's like they were best buddies, and then he one betrayed the other, and that became Vader. But what we actually find out is that no, Vader was that good Jedi who turned to the dark side. And so that's the twist that makes it more interesting, because now it begs a question, which is, how does a good man fall to the dark side? How does that happen? Which is also quite relevant to Luke's story, because Luke is at risk of falling to the dark side. So there's many different layers of why it's interesting why Vader became. Now, Katniss has none of that with President Snow. She just doesn't. Like, there's a couple of scenes where they interact. It's mostly power play scenes, but nothing really implies a relationship there that we need to know. So that's number one. Number two, just watching a good man fall to the dark side is kind of an empty experience. I think it is. It's a Breaking. I guess you could argue Breaking Bad is a different story. That's just a different story. It's interesting. It's interesting to see how far Walter White will go. Is there any point he'll stop at? But there just is none of that with Snow. So right off the bat, here's my overall take on the Hunger Games, Snakebirds and Songfire. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to have a footprint. It's got the same problem that the Avatar movies have, which is they're hollow. They don't really have a hopeful story. I've been playing Mass Effect again recently. I'm for like the 120th time, and I'm really, really loving it, because I haven't played it in like months. And so it's like, wow, it feels so new all over again. Anyway, what strikes me about the Mass Effect universe is that there's a lot of dark elements in it. You got the Reapers, you got all these dark things in it. But what makes it so spectacular to be in that world is that there's so much in that world that suggests a future. There's so much in that world that makes you want to explore. That I want to go to Ilium and like hang out on clubs in Ilium. Like, I want to get in a ship and go see cool things on the Citadel, or go out and, explore a colony. Like, I have that feeling when I play Mass Effect. And that has to do with the world itself having a lot of goodness in it. And I think the problem with the Hunger Games is it's a dystopia. So it's only really going to give us that feeling if it's about a good person prevailing over evil. So, Snakebirds and Song Girls is not that. It's now, with all that said, there's a lot I actually enjoyed. I thought for the young guy that plays, I forgot to pull up the IMDb on this, but so I cannot figure out the guys. It's like Coriolanus. It's like Coriolanus. No, that's not right. That can't be right. No, that's not right. Coriolanus, Coriolanus. What the hell is the guy's name? He's got, most of the names I like. Okay. Most of the names I kind of like in the Hunger Games, but this guy's name is super weird. Coriolanus. That's exactly what it says. Coriolanus. So it's like the word Coriolis combined with anus is the name of Snow. That's Snow's first name. So young Coriolanus, who is played by Tom Blythe. This is so weird. Rachel Zegler has top billing on IMDb. She should have second billing. She's basically, I would say she is a co-star of Tom Blythe, because this is definitely Snow's story. He is the protagonist of the story. Cough button. But there's a weird thing going around where people are saying, like, I don't know why Zegler is so prominent in the trailers. I think it was Chris Gore. Chris Gore was saying, like, it's not her movie. She's not in it that much. And I was like, where is he getting that? Like, I didn't get that at all. Like, I would say it's literally Snow is the protagonist, and she is kind of the supporting. She's like the second protagonist, the deuteragonist. But she's in it throughout the whole movie, and she basically is an important part of his story. And there's a little bit of like there was almost kind of like a spark of an interesting romantic story in this, and it felt like I would say the first like 2 acts of the film I thought were pretty interesting, because the whole thrust of it is that, the Hunger Games, this is the 10th year of the Hunger Games, and they are basic at this point, and they're not very sophisticated. They basically just put them all in an old arena, like the Staples Center or something, and they just have them fight. They give them weapons and they just have them fight to the death. It's kind of like just down and dirty, and like, let's just get this done. And there's actually a kind of interesting element in the film, which is you see how thuggish the Hunger Games are in the early days. You have like these jackbooted thugs that are constantly prodding them with rifles and like, get in there and do this, and they're crowding them into cattle cars and stuff like that. Now, what I find interesting about that is it suggests that there's a very thinly veiled, it's very obvious that the Hunger Games is a thinly veiled execution. That's basically all it is in the beginning. And the problem that this is having for the state, Pan Am would be the name of the fictional dystopian country. And Pan Am, they're suffering from very low ratings of the Hunger Games. Like, nobody is watching, kind of like woke content. Anyway, nobody's tuning in, and they're like, how do we get people to tune in? And I don't know. You could just do what the World War II villains of Germany did, which is you were legally required to listen to the state broadcast on your radio every night. But that's another story. But even so, it does present an interesting problem, which is Snow, who is a student who is very poor. He comes from wealth and money, but he's lost all of that. His father, and he's kind of hiding the fact from his fellow capital. They're sort of like rich boarding school students is kind of what it's like. But he lives in the capital, and he's trying to hide his poverty from all of his elitist peers. He's trying to play the part of like he's rich, but secretly he's had to like become the valedictorian of the school and the most top scoring student of the school in order to win what's called the Plinth Prize, which will allow him to basically buy his family out of poverty. But there's a twist. This year, instead of the top performing student getting the Plinth Prize, it will be each of the students that are in contention for the Plinth Prize will be assigned a tribute in the Hunger Games that they have to mentor. And based on how well they mentor that student, that will determine how they get the Plinth Prize. And he is, of course, assigned Rachel Zegler's character, who is Lucy Gray Bird, who is our titular songbird. And look, Rachel Zegler is as insufferable of an actor as I've ever seen. But just putting that aside for a moment, she's actually pretty good in this movie. And she actually can sing, which is pretty helpful, I would say, because the character is a singer. And at first I really was like cringing a little, because I'm thinking, why does she seems like the typical kind of woke character that you would get, which is like, she's just she's dressed in kind of like a really colorful dress where everyone else is dressed plainly. But it turns out that this was written by Suzanne Collins, who has some chops as a writer, it needs to be said, and knows how to do character work. So like, all the elements of her character are well justified. So I guess what I would say is the strongest element that this film has going for it is that Lucy Gray Bird and Snow are really well drawn characters, and they have, for the most part, and they have pretty interesting elements of their story. So basically, Snow has kind of a dual purpose. He kind of is sweet on Lucy Gray Bird and wants to help her, but at the same time, he needs her to win so he can win the prize. And that basically sets it up. Now, Peter Dinklage plays Plinth, I think. Is he Plinth? Who is Peter Dinklage? No, Plinth was another guy. Why is he not coming up in the top cast? That's weird. He played a pretty prominent role in this. The new IMDb is so... I really hate the way they used to organize IMDb used to be excellent. You cannot find anything on these pages now. There it is. All cast crew. Okay. And look, my audio was bad, and I'm not going to explain why, but my audio was bad when I paid a ticket price to see this film, and which I absolutely did. And I could not hear the names very well, and that kind of made some of it a little difficult to follow. But so that's why I got a little confused. He plays Dean Highbottom. That's right. So he's the dean of the school. He kind of co-created the Hunger Games, and he hates them. He kind of hates the Hunger Games and what they are, but he also kind of plays the part. So that's all pretty good. So anyway, there's a lot of interesting characters. Viola Davis, she kind of reminds me of like the High Evolutionary in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. She's one part interesting, one part over the top cartoon villain. And that's kind of where I land with her character. And she plays Dr. Gall. Dr. Gall, who she's basically a mad scientist who creates all kinds of hybrid species. She's a geneticist, and she creates all these weird species, and she's a psycho. Like, she's a sadistic psycho, but she also has some really great insights. Like, why games? Why not just line up 12 people and have them shot? Like, why do we could do this, we could do that. Why do we do games? And so she's a great character for stating the theme in the film and getting you thinking about it and asking questions that get you kind of curious to see how it's gonna play out. So she's pretty good. The problem with her is, her problem is she's kind of like Snow in the original Hunger Games, in that she's a bad person. She's a very bad person, and she's very sadistic. But how interesting is that? Like, after a certain point, it just becomes a little bit cartoonish. And so that's kind of where I land with her. But most of the characters are pretty interesting. And the actual Hunger Games section of the film is I thought, slightly more interesting than the Hunger Games of the original Hunger Games film. It's a little bit more, there's a little bit more of an edge to the violence, I felt. I still feel like this universe is a half measure. I still feel a lack of, to use a very snooty critic's term, a lack of verisimilitude. There is a lack of verisimilitude when the students are fighting each other. And I don't know what it is. I feel like the way they block these scenes where the 12 tributes are going at each other, something about it always feels hard to follow. It always feels chaotic, and something about it doesn't feel real to me. And I think what it is, I read Lord of the Flies. I watched the film of Lord of the Flies, and on both counts, it was shocking to me. It was shocking to me. It was one of the most affecting things I'd ever read. And I read it as a kid. And Lord of the Flies is one of my favorite stories of all time. And in Lord of the Flies, it presents a very viscerally real and plausible situation in which a bunch of boys turn into little animals that are killing each other. That, to me, had far more reality to it than anything in the Hunger Games. And I think that's what's lacking. I think what's lacking is they won't go the distance and just flat out show a kid grabbing another kid and beating their brains out. And now here's the deal. I'm not even just saying it has to be just an act of violence. I think what makes Lord of the Flies interesting is that it starts out with these boys they're all prep school boys that are ostensibly civilized. They are from a civilized democratic country. They've been raised in civilized values. And so when you see them at the beginning, you assume they're all good people. But as the story progresses, you see them reveal things about their personality that are increasingly horrifying. And a couple of them stay good. Most of them turn bad. That's where I think you have to go to make the actual game itself work in Hunger Games. You've got to go to the full dark side of humanity. And they get close, but they just don't quite get there, So I'm going to pause in the middle of my review to catch up on some chat, because I went on a rant. Captain went on a rant. Hail the Iron Age. Eric Marr is in the chat. Hail Eric Marr, aka Black Knight, author of the Star Shatter series. So check that out. And Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Welcome, Redoubt. Ahoy. how went something something snakes? Yeah, exactly. What was it? What did I put in the title of this thing? The Ballad of Snakebirds and song something. Yeah, exactly. By the I was you should check out my last stream for doubt. I was talking more about Five Nights at Freddy's last time, and we your name came up because we're like we should have had someone in the chat that knew the Freddy's lore, and I was like, no, Redoubt was here. He knew the lore. So anyway, yeah, how went? It's a mixed bag. Basically, what I'm going to say is this film for me comes out to be out of 10 bars on the epaulets. I would give Songbirds and Snake Ballads. I'm kind of on the line here, but I'm going to say I would give it like a 6 out of 10. Like it's slightly above, like it's six bars, 1 pip. 6 bars, 1 pip. A rare 6.5 for the captain. So it's slightly above mid for me, and that's mostly owing to the characters are pretty interesting, and there's some fun thematic elements about why do we do the games and what is our true nature. There is one really good monologue by the character. I really do enjoy Viola Davis's character of Dr. Gall, her interactions with Coriolanus Snow. He starts the story as this kind of optimistic guy who's aggressive and ambitious because he wants to help his family, but also he has romantic ideas about falling in love and adventure and stuff like that. And by the end of the film, he comes sort of face to face with the ugliness of reality and what I find kind of the ugliness of humanity, I should say. And what I find interesting about it is Dr. Gall has this very cynical view of human beings. And there's a great scene in which she kind of discusses with him, like, now the games shows you what we all truly are, because the minute that you put us in that situation where we're afraid of being prey, here comes the predator and the real us comes to the surface. And so there's some really interesting stuff like that in the film that I find fun to ponder. But the reason it falls flat for me is twofold. Number one, as I mentioned, it's the story of a good man giving into temptation, and it's very hollow. There's nothing particularly moving in this film. There's nothing in it that really makes me feel very much. I'm intrigued. I find it interesting, but I'm not going to think about this. And I'm not going to watch this one again. I'm not going to be thinking about it weeks after. Like, it's pretty forgettable on the whole. It's kind of a fun, it's something to do on an afternoon is what this film is. But the second reason that it kind of misses the bar is because the third act is extremely muddled. And I don't think they did a good job of adapting the book, because I was so confused by some of the plot turns at the end of the film, because they introduced this whole subplot. I guess it's kind of a plot mixed with a subplot, which is, well, I won't get into spoilers, but let's just say Snow gets involved with a kind of complicated rebel plot, and he sort of has to choose where his loyalties lie. But there's so many different players with totally different, like, there's basically 3 or 4 different parties that all have different, like, wants in this situation, and it goes south. And there was a scene, I watched it twice, and I couldn't make heads or tails of. I mean, I rewound it in the theater because I went to see it in the theater. Anyway, and so I really just could not make heads or tail of it. So I went to the wiki. I went to the wiki because I'm like, what the hell happened in this scene? So I read. It's for you, my dear sailors, the Star Nuts, so I could accurately relate to you the plot. Well, it was the wiki of the book's plot, and so I wound up kind of reading the book and how it ends, and I was like, okay, this would have made more sense in the book, because in the book you can hear the character's inner dialogue. You can hear the character having. This is much more of a book story than a movie story, because there's a lot of internal psychology where Snow, he's in love with Rachel Zegler's character, which would be Lucy Lucy Bird. He's kind of in love with Lucy Bird, and she kind of wants to go off into the woods and live this romantic life, out in the wilderness or something. And he doesn't. Like he wants to live in the capital. He wants to reclaim his family's legacy of wealth and power, for good, of course. For good, of course, is what he thinks in the beginning of the film. And so even though he kind of loves her, he also resents her. And that the way that comes across in the film is very confusing. It's very unclear kind of where that line is. And so they needed to do a little more work. So it's a little bit chaotic at the end of the film, but and it almost feels like they rushed it. It was like I would say something like 75% of the film is Snow is basically a good guy, a little bit naive, but somewhat optimistic and trying to do the right thing and, maybe wanting to fall in love. Then there's another 10% of the film, which is him falling in love, but then not being sure if that's really what he wants. And then there's like the last 5% of the film is he's full evil Snow now. I am Snow. And I was like, that's basically what happens. He just at the end of the film, it's like Snow. And I'm like, oh no. I was relieved though, because I'm thinking, well, at least this means they're not gonna like string this thing out into 3 more of these because they don't need any more of these. So yeah. This film, I don't predict it's gonna do super well. Like, what are the box office on this? Because I did pull that up. What was it's $100 million. I don't think it's going to do well because it's a hollow experience, this movie. It doesn't leave you like the romance is not done very well in the film. You never really feel a connection between these characters. It's Fu Man Blue says 6 out of 10. Is that I gave it a 6.5, which is definitely split. It's a 6 out of 10. You're right, Fu Man Blue. It's a 6 out of 10. Let me share this headline real quickly. So we have weekend box office, Hunger Games and Trolls. Oh my God. Oh God. What would be more torture, watching Trolls or watching that Marvel's song number again? I don't know. But anyway, The Hunger Games, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, Lionsgate's dystopian action prequel, 44 million is basically what it did for the weekend. So 44 million, substantially below the openings for all 4 installments of the Hunger Games franchise. So there you have it. You have the original Hunger Games did 152 million opening. Then Catching Fire was like 158, and it goes down from there. So basically, it was between 57 and 71% below the opening weekends of all those other films, which is not very good on a $100 million budget film. I mean, at least it's not like, well, if Disney had made this thing, it would have already been up to 350 million by now. But so that's nice. That's nice for them. So they're predicting if Songbirds follows a similar trajectory as the other films, it will finish somewhere between 115 to 120 million. Dude, this movie is going to be lucky if it breaks even. And here's the deal. Is it woke or anything? No, it's not like a woke movie or any of that, which is nice. She is not like a total girl boss either in this film. Actually, I find her kind of an interesting approach. She's different than Katniss, which I liked a lot about Lucy Bird, who's Rachel Zegler's character. And I'm just putting aside how insufferable Rachel Zegler is in real life. Her character is not insufferable. Her character is actually pretty interesting. At first, I was like, uh-oh, because she starts the movie by singing when she is selected as a tribute, and it is a little bit cringe. It's definitely a little bit cringe. Because you don't know who she is yet. I still think that whole scene was kind of dopey, but as the story progresses and it becomes clear that she's this singer and that's what, and she's a little bit, I kind of liked the element of her character that she's a little bit kind of mentally, not all there, like not all there. Like she's all there, but she's kind of got, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, people think she's kind of mentally ill, which, good casting. But anyway, people think she's mentally ill, but really she's just kind of out there. She's kind of an out there personality. And I thought that was kind of an interesting angle because she's something of a wild card in the Hunger Games, and I liked that. But by the end of the film, I just felt like the whole story was so lifeless that I just wasn't really that invested anymore by the end. So, you know, I don't see this going anywhere because I think people are tired of this. I think people are tired of these soulless prequels that just rehash material we've already seen. I think this was just, did I really want to see the wacko that invented all the creepy animals that are in the Hunger Games? Not really. Did I want to see the origin of how the games were created? No. Like, did I want to see how Snow became evil? No. I did not want the answers to any of those questions. I really didn't. So the only thing that was kind of interesting to me, and the film doesn't really spend any time on this, was how did this world of Pan Am come to fruition? Now, when I saw the Hunger Games, my assumption was that this was our world, but it's like a future in which this government has taken over. So I always kind of assumed that the districts of Pan Am were what used to be, you know, like the United States of America and Canada or whatever. After watching this film, I kind of think that this is just a fantasy world. It's just a fantasy world because there's all these animals in it. Like, I thought the fantasy animals in the original Hunger Games film, I just assumed they were genetically engineered because it's in the future, and I thought that was cool. I think what it actually is this is just a fantasy world, which is fine, but somehow that's less interesting to me than to ponder, you know, how did our world get to be this way? So there you go. Yeah, speaking of the mentally ill. Oh, Star Fury. Oh, she's Rachel Zegler. No, exactly. Star Fury. She's Rachel Zegler. Why do they keep doing this? You know, I don't understand. I don't understand why these companies just never learn. They just keep rehashing old crap that nobody cares about anymore. There's such a lack of creativity. It's like they really, the problem that we have, and I actually have, you know what? Maybe I'll pull this up. I'll do this actually right now. I think I will do this video right now because I think it is so useful. It is so valuable to kind of like underscore this point of like Hollywood has lost the ability to tell a hero's story. They have lost the ability to tell a hero's story. Snow is not an interesting character. Like, well, okay, he's somewhat interesting. He's not a character you're ever going to really want to be invested in. And I'll tell you the other thing is I am super tired. I am super tired of this trope of like villains always starting out as good guys. That is getting super old, super fast. Because I don't know about you, but there are some people in this world, they are just evil and they're just gonna do bad things. And there's nothing you can do. And there's people that are born into horrendous circumstances who grow up to be amazing people. And it's like, why can't we just tell a story about that? You know, and here's what it is. They are recycling the tropes that they think the algorithm likes. They're just recycling the tropes. And we are in this is why the Iron Age is so important, because it's time for us to revive the old tropes, or to revive the tried and true tropes of the hero's journey, the Epic of Gilgamesh. I had an article in here that I actually think is pretty useful on this. If I can find it. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, so you know that Ridley Scott has his new Napoleon film that's coming out, right? Hat tip, bounding into comics. Look, check out this headline. Okay. This is exactly my point, right? Ridley Scott explains how Joaquin Phoenix's Commodus is not the villain in Gladiator. Describes him as the most sympathetic character. Now, if you've watched this channel for any length of time, my dear sailors and star nuts, please like and subscribe. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. If you've watched for any length of time, then you know that Commodus is one of my favorite movie villains of all time. He's like just one of the best movie villains ever. Not least because this character, as portrayed in the film Gladiator, is actually not even as evil as the real actual Emperor Commodus was. The real Emperor Commodus put disabled Roman veterans in the arena, the Colosseum, and he personally beat them to death, reenacting battles of like great, mythical figures. Like he was an evil SOB, okay? But Joaquin Phoenix's portrayal of this character and the character as written has all this depth. Now, this is the take of a lunatic to say that Commodus is not the villain. Commodus is absolutely the villain. He can be sympathetic, but he is an evil asshole. Napoleon director, as the article goes, Ridley Scott recently explained why he believes Joaquin Phoenix's Commodus is not the villain of Gladiator, but is, oh my God, did he really say this? Is rather a victim similar to Russell Crowe's Maximus. Oh, okay, similar to, okay, good. For a second, I read that as a victim of Maximus. Oh my God, no. So in an interview with Deadline, Scott was asked, Joaquin Phoenix played your villain in Gladiator, and then he went on to win an Oscar playing Joker. What made you see him as your Napoleon? Scott responded, I'm going to correct you. I saw him as the most sympathetic character of all in Gladiator. He was a product of neglect, total neglect of a father that he adored. I'm going to correct you. I saw him as the most sympathetic character of all in Gladiator. He was a product. He has repeated that line twice there. And then the father realizes in his old age that he needs some form of absolute. So he does something fatal. He kneels before the boy asking for forgiveness. That was fatal because the boy has never seen his father ask for that kind of close discussion. So he suffocates him. So from that moment on, I thought Joaquin was the most sympathetic person during the movie. What he did and what followed, what came out of it, the nature of it, had been created by his father. Scott elaborated, Marcus Aurelius could not have taken Europe through a benevolence. It's going to be war and steel and many deaths and devastation. You can't control commanders who are over the hill and far away and say to them, do not slaughter these women and kids. None of what happened was benevolent, right? Well, actually, that's kind of true today. It's not quite as difficult to control the battlefield as it was back then, of course, but I find that an oversimplification. But anyhow, he goes on. But I think with age, Marcus Aurelius felt his own fragility. Commodus was the neglected son, the product of complete neglect. And then to be told, you can't follow me, and here is who will take my place, that is more a slap in the head. It's terrible. And in those days, particularly when succession was so righteous and expected. Scott then confirmed that he believes both Commodus and Maximus are victims. Yes, Maximus and Commodus. Don't forget, Maximus is the person who didn't want it. He wanted to go home. Interesting how things evolve when Marcus Aurelius first meets him. He said, I want you to take over, be the Prince of Rome, surrogate principal of Rome. He says, I can't do that. Why not? Because of my wife and kid. Tell me about your home. So then Maximus starts telling Aurelius about it. And he's actually talking about what he's talking about is heaven. That's where he wants to be. And so it all worked backwards, and some of it wasn't planned. Marcus says it sounds like a place worth fighting for. And then Marcus that day is assassinated by his son. Then Russell's character is suddenly told that this has happened, and he's not going to join the club, and he knows there's a problem. His wife and son are okay, he's just recounting the whole story here. I'm trying to get to the lead here. By John F. Trent opines here. Scott's comments are a load of crap. So his wife and son are then slaughtered, and we see where they're at and we see that they're in the Avenue of Trees. They're coming up to get rid of him. When Russell dies and goes to heaven, we see the same woman and child. It's the place he described to Marcus. All right. Well, I think the quote there went a bit far afield, but this is my point, right? Is Scott is revising his own story. He's revising the history of his own story. Commodus is the villain. Now, I actually agree with him I don't agree with him that Commodus is the most sympathetic character in the story. He's absolutely not the most sympathetic, but he is a sympathetic character, and I do think that is part of why he's such an effective villain. because you understand there all those things he described about how he feels rejected by his father, how he feels his father's never been warm towards him. Like those are all important points of why his character is sympathetic. But see, this is the twisted morality that I think has taken over this is the mind virus that's worked its way through Hollywood, which is that every single villain now is really to be recast as a victim. And I think that this has taken on a dangerous quality of now we have heroes that are being recast as misunderstood, as what's the word I'm looking for? Miss like incorrectly described as heroes. They're incorrectly described as heroes because it turns out they're actually villains. One of the best examples of this is that Peter Pan and Wendy. Oh my God. That is one of the best examples of this. Captain Hook turns out to be the boy that Peter Pan bullied in childhood. And he deserves it. And he got his hand cut off because he tried to run away from Peter Pan. Oh my God, it's so horrifying. It's so bad. So this is the problem with Snakebirds and Song Fiddle Faddle is that it's about a guy that honestly, if you had told a true story about who Snow is, he should have been a thug from the beginning. Look, Stalin was he was how did I was just reading The Second World Wars again by Victor Davis Hanson, and his quote is excellent. He's like basically Hitler was a failed, he was a well, he was a low-ranking corporal and a failed artist. Stalin was a failed, I want to say it was either a journalist or novelist or something, and really failed at everything in life, but he was really good at bullying his way to the top of the Soviet hierarchy and massacring all of his opponents. I mean, these are who dictators really are. These are who dictators really are. They're actually not that difficult to figure out. They're very predictable people. They want power. They manipulate, obfuscate, and lie their way to the top. And usually the signs that this is the kind of person they are start very early. They start very early. So Snow really was not an interesting character in that sense to me in the Hunger Games because he was what is predictable. And so this story has created this whole fantasy that he was some kind of good guy. And it honestly wasn't handled very well in the film anyway, by the end. It just wasn't. There could have been something interesting there, but not anything moving. So that is how I feel about it. I think that this is such a misreading, of Gladiator by Ridley Scott as well, because the thing about Commodus that's so important. You know what? Here's a good example. Here's a good comparison. The show One Piece, right? Which I am a great fan of One Piece. And there is a magnificent scene in episode 8, the season finale, in which Luffy is facing off against the fishman pirate Arlong. And there is an excellent dialogue between Arlong and Luffy. And by the way, Arlong is a great villain who also has sympathetic elements to him in that he's from a species, the fishmen, who have been oppressed, and he has a grievance. Now, he's not that sympathetic, but there's just a little bit of his personality that there's interesting nuanced layers to what Arlong is doing in One Piece, which, by the way, so surprised me. I mean, I totally thought that this was going to be like a kid's show in live action. And I was so delightfully surprised that like all the villains had these kind of interesting and detailed backstories and like below the surface desires that only become apparent later in the story. Well, Arlong's plan is to conquer the human world, enslave all humans and humiliate them, and essentially start a genocide. Basically, he is a genocidal character, and his justification for this genocide is that humans have oppressed fishmen and used to have them as slaves, and they still face racism and bigotry everywhere they go, and therefore it's humans' turn. And he explains all of this to Luffy when Luffy is basically fighting him to protect Nami and to save his crew and to stop him from destroying the village, Nami's village. And Luffy just says, all I know is you're hurting people and you're hurting my friend. And I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something along the lines of, and that's never good. That's never a good thing to do. You're doing bad things. And if you're hurting my friends, you're going to get what's coming to you. And it was brilliant. It was excellent because he basically says to Arlong, like, look, all that may be true, that bad things happen to you and your people. That does not justify you going around and enslaving and massacring people. So leave it to the brilliant mangaka sensei Oda, Ikiro Oda, to actually have a moral compass in his story that comes through in the show that is beautiful. And so this is what Ridley Scott is missing with Commodus. Yes, he's sympathetic. Yes, there are tragic reasons why Commodus became what he is. It does not in any way lessen the fact that he is a villain. He's a monster. He is a monster. He is a tyrant, and he must be stopped. Like, he is as evil as it gets. And the other thing too about that, the word tragedy does not mean, oh, that's so sad that happened. Tragic character does not exactly mean sad. It's not like interchangeable. Tragic means there's a series of things that led to this that in hindsight are kind of predictable, but the tragedy is, the irony of it is, if you're in it, you can't see it coming. Such as the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones, right? That was always going to happen. The minute that Robb Stark betrayed Walder Frey, that was going to happen. But when you're in that journey, you can't see it coming. And that's what's so beautiful about the Red Wedding, is that when it finally happens, it's shocking. But in the fallout of it, you're like, oh yeah, that was definitely always going to happen. But until it happens, you can't even see it coming. And that's what a real tragedy is. And so it's like Commodus is a tragic character because when he becomes or reveals what he is, it becomes very clear, yep, this was what he was always going to turn out like because of X, Y, and Z. Does not let him off the hook for anything. Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the Felix Legions, will always be just the GOAT. Just one of the best heroic characters of all time. And we have a super chat. Ahoy, Star Fury with £2 sterling. £2 sterling, I mean. Hemlock for Ridley. Star Fury has spoken. Hemlock for Ridley. You'd give him Hemlock, Star Fury? Really? Yeah, he's betraying his. It's so. Oh, God. Prescribe me Hemlock if I ever do this with one of my characters. Oh, this character was actually the good guy. Oh, shut up. Anyhow, so that is Ballads of Songbirds and Snakefire. I gotta say, sometimes the world of Pan Am is kind of cringe. I just gotta be honest with you. So there you go. What did you guys think? Were you interested in this movie? Was anyone running out to see this? I don't know. I was open to it being good. I really was. It wasn't as bad as I thought. I kind of thought it was going to be just a really, but here's the one thing it had going for it is character work. It had good character work. Now, 10 years ago, who cares? Because 10 years ago, a lot of things had good character. 20 years ago, a lot of movies had good character work. The only reason that's notable now is because it's so rare. It's like usually a character like Lucy Baird. It's because her name is spelled Baird, but she says Bird in the movie. Whatever. Lucy Baird. She normally, the way that the Wokies write, would have just been a girl boss, and she would have just been emasculating Snow and all that. Pretty much, and she would have never needed his help. So it's unusual to see a character like that who's actually got character work. And there's moments where she experiences fear and she doesn't know what to do, and she has to figure things out. She has to decide whose side she's on or what she really wants. But she really doesn't. I could definitely see the YA novel aspect of this coming through in the film, because I think to myself, a lot of this is melodrama between Snow and her, and it's not. I'm not anti-romance. I like a good love story as much as the next Sailor, but I just feel that it's not that the actors don't have chemistry. The actors had chemistry in the film, but something about Lucy Baird is just not that interesting. There's something about her that's not very compelling, and there's something about Snow that's not that compelling either. And so there you go. There you go. No. Nobody ever accused Star Fury of being passive aggressive. Never. I would never insult Star Fury. Like Star Fury is just aggressive. That's aggressive. Star Fury has had enough. Yes. By the way, hat tip to Star Fury's avatar. Look at that beautiful avatar. Garrus Vakarian, one of the best character in all of Mass Effect, quite frankly. What else we got in the stack of stuff? Do you want to do just a quick? I guess we could do. Yeah. Let's just celebrate some good news real quick. Hat tip, Valiant Renegade, links in the description. But Valiant Renegade just dropped a video breaking down.
Is setting all kind of records that the MCU and
now let me recue that. Here we go.
The Marvels is setting all kind of records that the MCU and the Walt Disney Company did not want to set. Number one, right now, The Marvels is looking at the worst drop in MCU history for its second weekend over the first opening weekend, to the tune of nearly 80%, according to estimates on Sunday afternoon. And then, of course, the big one, the amount of financial loss that the Walt Disney Company is going to suffer at the box office on this movie is going to approach $300 million. And we're going to talk about how that is and why right now.
Dude, he is so good at the numbers.
Right on the social medias. And if
Valiant Renegade, definitely give him a like and a subscribe. His breakdowns of just the numbers are fantastic. In fact, I have to watch his videos. I can't just listen because numbers are like difficult when you're just listening, but he just breaks them down in charts. He's the one that ran the numbers on Disney losing basically a billy. They lost a billy in 2022, or I think it was from like mid 2023 to mid 2022. So like a full year. They lost $1 billion on all their films.
Of course, please do leave a comment before you head out the door today. Make sure to join us every Sunday afternoon at 6 p.m. Eastern for the live show. We're going to be talking about this Marvel situation and, yes, the new Hunger Games film starring Rachel Zegler in more depth. Be here in just a few hours, Sunday, November 19th for that one at 6 p.m. Eastern. Well, for the last several weeks, we've been seeing the financial trades pile on to the Marvels again and again. This from Paul Tassi over at Forbes magazine. The Marvels bombing should lead to lower budgets and lower expectations. And yes, that seems a foregone conclusion, as we've discussed many times. Even Disney CEO Bob Iger has been hinting for the last several months since his renewal for another 2 years, an extension as CEO through the end of 2026, during an interview with CNBC back in July, that not only would the number of productions be pulled back at the Walt Disney Company, for months, Disney spent over $270 million to make The Marvels. Yes, over $270 million US dollars equivalent to produce this film, a film that is now going to turn in the worst performance in MCU history at the box office. Now, we know this because our friend Caroline Reed over at Forbes magazine did the yeoman's work of digging up the financial returns for the Marvels, just as she has done over the years for many other Marvel titles, as well as those from Lucasfilm like Star Wars or even Indiana Jones. What Disney is stating as their budget is what they intend to spend on a film. But as we have learned over the last several years, Disney's intentions are so far removed from reality, it's almost not even funny. There are a number of places, Deadline magazine included, still quoting some of the original budget numbers that came out from Disney, which were about $200 million. A very common figure we've seen from the Walt Disney Company for MCU titles and bigger budget films like Indiana Jones and Star Wars. But of course, because of the work of places like Forbes, a lot of attention has come into Disney for overspending on these things and not delivering anywhere near the box office that needs to be. And of course, even this channel, Valiant Renegade, has gotten some attention as well for running the numbers in words. The Marvels suffers the worst MCU second weekend drop. This is the Sunday box office update from Anthony D'Alessandro at Deadline magazine. Third place for the weekend belongs to Disney's The Marvels with a second Friday of 2.8 million. Ouch! That is a drop of 87% week over week. Saturday of 4.4, and the second weekend forecast of 10.2 million, a 78% fall from the first weekend, the biggest second weekend drop ever for an MCU title, and a running total of 65 million by Sunday. Now, I hate to rain on the parade, but let me rain on this parade. It's probably going to come in even slightly worse. This movie has consistently underperformed even the already low expectations that the analysts out there have foisted upon it. And we're looking now at a perhaps $10 million or even a sub $10 million second weekend, coming off of an already terrible $46 million first weekend, the worst in MCU history, even going all the way back to 2008 with The Incredible Hulk, the first film in the modern MCU.
So there you have it. An excellent breakdown from Valiant Renegade. So folks, The Marvels is an unmitigated disaster. It is an absolute unmitigated disaster. And how did we get here? We got here quite simply with bad storytelling, and bad storytelling, which was an outflow of activism storytelling, aka wokeness. Now, what's interesting is, we are in a kind of debate with one side of humanity that is interested in just the, facts, reality, objective truth, against another side of humanity that feels that those things are outdated concepts of the white male patriarchy and have nothing to do with reality. And so you would think that at some point they would start to get the message. I mean, certainly what this means is that the normal film goers are starting to figure out that every one of these is going to be like this. Right. Because when Doctor Strange Mom came out, there were still I remember talking to people I know who were into the MCU who just aren't as nerdy about all this stuff as I am, and certainly not as nerdy about analyzing story structure and stuff like that. I can see, all the things they're doing wrong in these movies. And it's like, but when you talk to someone who's just kind of not as interested in all that stuff, they say things like, well, I went to see Doctor Strange, but I don't know, it just wasn't as good as some of the others. I don't know. The Marvel movies just haven't been as good lately. I don't know what it is. That's kind of the way they were talking about it, like, I would say 18 months ago, a year ago. And what they have learned is that every single one of these is going to be like this. Every single one of them. But, and all we have ever said is the characters as created in the comic books were good. Those are the ones we wanted. Those are the characters we want to see. And when they showed us those characters, we were happy. And Marvel fans were happy of all different walks of life. But that's not enough. That is not enough for them. So there is an article, hat tip, bounding into comics. I want to pull this up for you because one of the things I've been hearing kind of making the rounds is maybe, and not from them, but from kind of our sphere of the internet. Those of us that I would say loosely, we could loosely describe as people who are unsatisfied with these stories, who view these stories as subpar to awful, who would like storytellers to stop lecturing us with their banal, insipid politics that we don't want to hear and just allow us, instead of being preached at, instead of having to listen to the propaganda message, could we just have a good story? And also, if it's not too much trouble, could we have classic heroic characters, villains? Could we just enjoy a film? That's what we've been asking for. And so those of us in that sphere, some of us I'm beginning to hear say, maybe we should lay off the woke term a little. We've been using that word a lot. We've been overusing it. And, there was about a New York Minute that I was kind of sympathetic to that argument. I was like, man, it could be and then I said, you know what? No. And I'll tell you exactly the article. But first, ahoy, Maji Chan. Welcome aboard. Captain Salute. Good to see you. Says the new Hunger Games movie wasn't bad. Wasn't great by any means, but did have some decent points. Will I buy it? Nah. And hi, by the way. Well, hello. And I would say if you missed my analysis in the first part of the show, Maji Chan, I basically agree with you because I said 6 out of 10 bars on the epaulets, so slightly above mid. And actually, a lot of the character work I found pretty interesting. But the main fatal flaw of this film is that it has no heart. It has no soul because it's just about a good guy giving in to temptation and becoming bad. And some of that is interesting and fascinating to watch, but none of it is particularly moving. So that's kind of where I landed with this. And no, but what it does do well is character work, performances, and there are some notably interesting philosophical discussions, which did surprise me because I kind of felt like the Hunger Games didn't have much more to say philosophically beyond what the original film said. So I did kind of enjoy Dr. Gall's discussions with Snow about why do we do games? You know, what is the real nature of humans? Like all that stuff was cool. So as Star Fury says, so Star Fury is always in the captain's call. I appreciate that, Star Fury. It says, call it as you see it. So if it's woke, shout it from the rooftops. And on that note, you know, here is kind of my evidence for the fact that now's the time to lean into it because, folks, we have them on the ropes. We have them on the rope. And by them, what I mean is bullies, people that are narcissistic, and they're greedy and they are bullies to everyone else. They call other fans, they slander fans as racist, misogynist, homophobes simply for having an opinion, simply for saying, and they lie about the things fans are saying. They lie about our critiques. That's the other thing. You know, why does Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker get so much hate and Mahler? Because these people that I'm referring to who engage in this bullying behavior, they lie about what those critics are saying. So here we have it from Bounding into Comics, the Marvels director, Nia DaCosta. And folks, let me just pause here to say, with just as constructively as I possibly can, these are dumb people that wrote the Marvel. These are truly dumb. Like, I mean, maybe they're brilliant in other parts of their life, but when it comes to filmmaking and storytelling, and that's what I'm speaking about, these are not talented people. These are not bright light bulbs. Okay. I even just remembered something in the Marvels that I forgot on my last stream, which was Monica Rambeau fighting on an airless moon's surface. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of like if you go back to the 1950s and you watch an old sci-fi serial and like you just see people without like astronaut helmets and they're walking around what's clearly like a vacuum, and like that's not possible. Like you can't do that in space, you would die. That's literally how I feel watching this scene on this moon. So that's why I say these are dumb people. You put 1 ounce of thought into this, please. So yes, director Nia DaCosta describes critics of woke Marvel as virulent and violent and racist. Now, Jesus, she didn't miss one. Virulent, violent, racist, sexist, and homophobic. Well, isn't she just a treat? The Marvel's director, Nia DaCosta, look at that, wearing her muzzle, her state-issued muzzle, as all good Eichmanns must do. The Marvel's director, Nia DaCosta, recently shared her opinion that critics of woke Marvel are virulent and violent and racist and sexist and homophobic. During an interview with Variety's Angelique Jackson ahead of the film, Jackson explained the director was first asked if her use of the Beastie Boys' Intergalactic in the film's trailer was a shot at critics of Brie Larson's acting, to which she explained the lyrics, well, now, Don't You Tell Me to Smile, seemed especially pointed, evoking an early scene from the first Captain Marvel, where Carol is approached by a smarmy biker who revs his motorcycle engine to get her attention and says, "You got a smile for me?" When Carol doesn't react, he calls her a freak under his breath and heads into a store at an LA strip mall. Her revenge, stealing the jerk's bike. DaCosta said that the song had nothing to do with Captain Marvel critics, that's the first time I've realized those lines are in the song. She added, I cannot say that was on purpose on my part. Sorry to be disappointing. There are pockets where you go because you're like, I'm a super fan. I want to exist in the space of just adoration, which includes civilized critique. What you mean by civilized critique is controlled opposition. That's what you mean. You basically mean you're essentially saying that someone's opinion is not valid if you decide it's not valid. Well, if you ever find yourself, Miss DaCosta, asking yourself why your film is the worst performing film in Marvel history since at least 2008, this attitude might be a contributing factor. I'm just saying. DaCosta then added, then there are pockets that are really virulent and violent and racist and sexist and homophobic and all those awful things. And I choose the side of light. That's the part of fandom I'm most attracted to. So why do I bring this up? Because how have we gotten to a place in our society where someone can get away with saying something that freaking horrific? That is an evil thing that she just did in that one sentence right there. She literally she basically has made the claim without any supporting evidence, without any real justification. She's basically just labeled an entire group of people as all of these things for having a negative opinion about her work as an artist. So this, if people have, what can you define wokeness? What is wokeness? This is wokeness. This is wokeness. Being a libelous, slanderous bully who uses identity politics to shield themselves from accepting the honest reaction of those who, and quite frankly, there may be people that are in the audience who are like, this is awful. I don't want to see a movie with a female led superhero. That's like 0.01%. No, nobody thinks this way. But even just allowing for that outlier, then they also are entitled to that opinion. They are entitled. People are entitled to say, I don't like superhero movies. I will never watch a superhero movie. I think they're dumb. People are entitled to say that. That doesn't make them hateful, right? I think rom-coms are just the worst hell on earth. I hate romantic comedies. I don't like them. But they're a valuable contribution to humanity. Someone thinks. Anyway. So this is what wokeness is. Now, why is it that we should continue using this word? Because folks, they hate it. And I'm going to tell you why. It's a kind of shorthand. It's a kind of shorthand. We spent years being called a shorthand for evil, right? Sexist, misogynistic, racist, homophobic. Those are shorthand words that basically means this person is a non-person. This person is evil and vile. Incel, there's another one. These people are to be disregarded. Their opinions are not valid. Nothing that they think is to be accepted or listened to. They are not to have a platform. They're not to be able to post their reviews. And we have rejected those words, and we have found a word that is a shorthand for them. The bullies, the propagandists, the activists who butt their nose into things they don't understand, take away our stories, take away the archetypes that we fell in love with, destroy them, and then beat us over the head with those words. Well, we have found a word that describes them that everyone understands, and that word is woke, because it's the word they created. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. And so what I have to say is Marvels, the failure of the Marvels, the failure of Loki, the failure of Ahsoka, the failure of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, the failure of Blue Beetle, the failure of Black Adam, the failure of Shazam 2, the failure of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, the failure of She-Hulk, the failure of the Rings of Power. Every single one of these comes down to one thing. Animus towards the fans. That's two things. That's like three things. Animus towards the fans. Hatred of the fans, really. Hatred of the stories they love. A belief and a resentment that those stories somehow take something away from them. And finally, most importantly, bad storytelling. And so we will not allow that shield anymore. We of the fellowship, we of the fans, we of the sane people of the world, we now understand that those words are meaningless. And, you know, if the wokies don't like the term woke, they are free to realize the same thing. That words are not violent. Words are not violent. The word woke is powerful because they created it, because they now hate it, and because we have hung it around their neck like an albatross. They shot the albatross when they destroyed our stories, when they attacked the fans, when they said, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Well, we took your advice. We took from you the word you created to set yourselves up on a pedestal of enlightenment and righteousness, and now it's the source of your humiliation. So you can lie. You can tell us that the Marvels is not a failure. You can tell us we have no right to our opinion, but we are the fans. We have a right to have any opinion that we fans wish to have. And so we will continue to use the word woke, and we will continue to inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. And that is why I feel we should continue to use that word. What do we have in the chat? The captain's worked himself up today. Melodic Method is in the chat. Wranglers, oh my goodness, my cup runneth over. Wrangler says, I am an istophobe incarnate, but then I want to see more of Iman Vellani's character, and I want to see Storm and Psylocke, but I'm still an istophobe. Go figure. Exactly. Yeah, I even said Miss Marvel was kind of the pain relief while I was watching the Marvels. That was like, I'm not going to say I like loved her character or anything, because, you know, look, she's kind of like a sidekick character, but she just was not awful. I mean, but now the other thing too is she had potential. She had potential, and it really is. You're exactly right. It's not so much the character of Miss Marvel that was kind of the pain relief. It was Iman Vellani, because I honestly had never seen Miss Marvel. It was total cringe to me. She has a very sweet and likable personality, and it really comes through on the screen. And I am sorry that her talent, she actually had talent. Her talent was wasted on that movie, and that breaks my heart for her. So I agree with you, Wrangler. And you're a terrible misogynist, by the way. It is my duty. I would not be a responsible YouTuber if I did not tell you to be better. Starfury says they seem awfully successful at failure. Dude, it's on another level. I used to think it was like, yeah, like what an embarrassment. And I'm like, dude, there's a scene in the film Apocalypse Now. Any Apocalypse Now fans out there? One of the greatest films ever. There's a scene in which Martin Sheen's character finally meets up with Marlon Brando's character of Kurtz, the mad, insane colonel that's running this cult out in the Vietnam bush, you know? And he's describing how he witnessed, this is Kurtz, Marlon Brando's character, and he's describing how he witnessed the Viet Cong butcher. Like, so what happened was there were Viet Cong villages that American soldiers and medical personnel came through, and they vaccinated the local villagers against disease, terrible like malaria or something like that, and basically to protect them and like save lives and to kind of like win hearts and minds, right? And the idea was, they gave them free medical care. So then the Viet Cong came through that same village, found out that this had happened, and basically cut off the arms, the vaccinated arms of every single man, woman, and child that had received one, as punishment to their own people for collaborating with the enemy. And so Marlon Brando's explaining this to Kurtz, and he said, and most people call that, like barbaric, but he basically says, I looked at it and I said, no, think of the strength it takes to do that. The strength it takes to be that dedicated to winning. Well, that's kind of how I look at Disney. I'm like, my God, there's something kind of impressive. They literally are just setting, Dark Knight Joker size piles of cash. They're just lighting it on fire, and they're looking you in the eye, and they're just saying, everything burns. Everything burns. It's like, I kind of admire a level of determination at that level. It's kind of incredible. Dude, I was just thinking too, like Disney, this is the thing. They're not actually good right now. I mean, whatever they were in the past, they're not very good at the movie business. Like, I'm not even just talking about making movies and shows. They're just not good at the business. Like, you know what I mean? You've got this Hunger Games, the Singers of Snakes and Birds, and at least it's only $100 million budget. At least, the film seems to be, on a path to be breaking even. If Disney had made this thing, they would have spent $270 million to make it. Then they would have spent another $200 million on reshoots and lied about it and laundered the numbers and denied it. And then they would have spent like another $300 million marketing the thing. And then they would have released it, and it would have made like, $200 million, and they just take the hit. And then they would have trotted out all their, Nia DaCosta, whoever their director is, to just say it's a bunch of racist misogynists who hate Rachel Zegler. You know what I mean? Like, that's a level of commitment that, like, it's the same. I have the kind of admiration of it that Kurtz kind of has of the Viet Cong and their ruthlessness. I kind of admire that kind of ruthless determination to never make money, to lose money. It's a skill. Now, I don't know how you use that skill for good, but it's a skill. Power to all the phobes. Exactly. Melodic Method says, I think it's the chickies coming home to roost for the wokey turds. It is. They're not giving up the ghost. Like Nia DaCosta, it's kind of amazing. She's like, she's not even willing to back off an inch. She's like, you're all racist, you're violent, you're homophobic. She just listed every single thing. They never give up. They just won't give up the ghost, will they? But it is a victory because it is sad. And there might be one small point I'm kind of overlooking in my general thesis here about why we need to keep using this word. And the reason why we need to is, number one, they're on the ropes. But number two, they will not give up this activism ever, because this activism does not care about stories. It does not care about fairness. It does not care about equality. It doesn't actually care about inclusion at all, because it's about excluding groups they now consider oppressors. And it betrays their weird obsession with group identity. Like, one of the weirdest things I've seen in a movie all year, and by the way, a lot of women that I know agree with me on this, is Barbie. The greatest triumph of the film Barbie is she goes in to see a gynecologist. That's weird, folks. I find that weird. There's no scenario where, like, the highlight of the end of an Expendables film is Sylvester Stallone going into a doctor's office saying, "Hey, I gotta get like my prostate examined. Adrian, I'm gonna get my prostate examined." Oh, Sylvester. Oh, that's so good to hear. I feel so good as a man that you get to have that done now. It's weird, folks. Like, they have a weird obsession with this stuff. It's like, so the Marvels failing is a victory for those of us that want to be sane. And we must now take that victory all the way to the end, right? All the way to the end. I was listening to Victor Davis Hanson's Second World Wars, as I mentioned, which is a brilliant book. And one of the things he points out is at the end of World War I, okay, the Germans their whole country had not been razed to the ground. Like their country was basically intact. They signed the armistice. They had the deal of Versailles, and this actually kind of created a serious problem, which is that they were able to kind of go home from that war as losers, but in their homeland did not feel like they had lost because, you know, their buildings were all standing. The country was still basically intact. No one was occupying them. And this is kind of what contributed to later the rise of the stabbed in the back theory, which led to all the horrors of the Second World War. You know, all those myths, it kind of allowed a myth to accumulate. So when World War II happened, the Allies, that would be the UK and the UK and America and Canada at all, we made the decision, we're not making that mistake again. The Empire of Japan, Italy, and Germany, we are going to go in there, destroy their entire ability to make war 100%, and we will remove all ability for them to do this again. That was the objective. That is why there was never going to be like a peace deal. It was always going to be like, we're going in there and we're going to make sure you can't do this again. And that's what we did on all three counts. And it's like, that's kind of the difference. And so my attitude is, and I'm speaking in the culture war context, it's like no armistice. We're not going to just draw the line and all go home. We have them on the ropes. It's time to like now start taking our story forward, which is a story of like goodness, of like everybody's welcome, truly welcome. Everybody's welcome. Everybody has a place in a fandom, whether they like something or don't like something. Everyone has a right to their opinion. And we're going to have fun as nerds again. And that's our new story. We're going to write that story, and we ain't going to be taking no more crap from the bullies. So that's what I feel. Maji Chan says, I'm sane. Well, I'm not a doctor. I am not a licensed clinical psychologist. But if you're on the Captain's Cast, you are most certainly probably going mad. But no, that's not for me to decide. We are the forever phobes. We are. You know what they are? They're story phobes. Okay, they are hero's journey phobes. Is what Nia DaCosta is. I think, you know, honestly, it is what it is. I think the thing that offends me is that they are attacking fans for opinions they do not have. That's what really bothers me about it, because every single one of these, they're like, well, guys like Nerdrotic, they hate that a female character is in the story. It's like, that's not his opinion. That's not his opinion. Said no one ever. What they said was this female character is as awful and written terribly and is clearly there, not because of story reasons, but because this director or whatever has an axe to grind. Because when characters are good, like, I don't know, Red Sonja, for example, Kusanagi, Ghost in the Shell, the examples are as long as my arm. We love those characters. We always will love those characters. Dude, Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica is one of my favorite fictional. And by the way, Kara Thrace was a gender swap. In the reimagined Battlestar Galactica. And there was some fan blowback on that, because there were a lot of fans who were like, and this was in like the early 2000s. So this is before we were really in the midst of the dark times. And you could make a case that there wasn't like an agenda behind it. And in this case, I don't think there was an agenda behind it. I actually do think that the showrunners of Battlestar Galactica just wanted to give more interesting character elements, because having Apollo and Starbuck be opposite genders would allow them to have like romantic tension and play with some of that, which is what they did. And but after the fans got to know Starbuck as portrayed by the magnificent Katie Sackhoff, she became one of like the darlings of all nerddom. She's like a fan favorite. Everyone knows Katie Sackhoff Starbuck. She is famous because of that character. She is famous as an actress because of that character. And, you know, the greatest thing about Katie Sackhoff, I have never heard Katie Sackhoff ever disrespect the fans or nerds in general. She like one of the best things she ever said was when they're like, well, people don't really like your Bo-Katan character. And she's like, well, the way I see it is like 80% of them kind of like the character, 10% of them don't really think she's that interesting. 5% think she's a bad version of it. And 1% of the fans just want me to sit on their face. And I was like, that dude, she stole my heart. That's so you know what's so amazing about that is that like it's a roast of the fans, but it's playful. It's a playful way of roasting the fans, and I think that is what fans would love is being playfully. That's also, by the way, why I think Barbie. There was a much better version of that movie in which it was playful battle of the sexes. It was playful making fun of men and the patriarchy and some of that. And I think that would have been, I think Barbie could have been 5 times the movie that it was. I really do. I think it could have been 5 times the movie that it was if it had just been playful with all the same kind of like, male versus female battle of the sexes stuff, but just not mean spirited. So anyway, that's my point. They are arguing with us on points we have not made. And I hat tip to young Ripa for that turn of phrase, because that's kind of where I got that turn of phrase was, he said, you are arguing with a position I do not have. And it's like, exactly. So what else is in the chat? Also, we're live on Rumble and Twitter, X, formerly Twitter. I have no idea. I have no idea how the Twitter algorithm works. So I kind of just fire it off there. We'll see what happens. Melodic Method says, didn't the Spawn comic have something like a biblical Punisher, a dude who was possessed by Holy Spirit light that brought the wrath of good onto sinners? I'm not like a Spawn guy. I've never read the comics or seen even the movie, so I just don't know anything about that. But it's kind of interesting. It's kind of it. I'm very open to that character. I'd kind of like to see more about that. Wrangler says Kamala Khan with a Glock. That would be a real weird tone for a movie. Yeah, that would be a weird one. Let's see. Star Fury says, what? And Barbie finds out she has an S. Oh no. Oh no, Star Fury. Star Fury says, oh no, she has an STD. But this is the thing. In the twisted world of like the Wokies, she'd be like, oh, I'm so excited. I have an STD. I'm a real woman now. Like, it's so weird, man. It's like, dude, what is this obsession? It's like they're saying, well, what? You're just embarrassed of women's bodies? No, I'm just saying it's weird. That's all. I'm not saying I have any problem with it. I'm just like, well, leave me alone, man. I'm not gonna fight with you. Enjoy your gynecological exam. Fine, jeez. This is Melodic Method says, don't forget France. You can forget France. Hey, I will say, one of the somewhat valid, the Frenchies were very butthurt about Christopher Nolan's Dunkirk film because it didn't really show the French contributions at Dunkirk. And I'm like, on the one hand, a fair critique. On the other hand, stop whining. Like, stop whining. Who cares? Like, honestly, if someone makes some film, like if a German film company, I guess I probably would bitch about if a German film company made a film about the American Revolution and got some things wrong, I'd probably only be pissed if it was like super woke and was like, attacking America or something like that. But if it was just, they just had errors in the story, I'd be like, well, that makes sense. Anyway, they were, they had a valiant, actually the French had a really amazing contribution at Dunkirk. They literally held off the Germans while all the troops and a lot of French troops were evacuated from the beaches as well. They held them off and stayed behind knowing they were going to be captured by the Germans. So yes, there is, but yes, then that was sort of their last good fight before what happened. What else we got in the chat? Red Sonia, the Major. Would that be Major Kusanagi? I think it's Major Kusanagi, right? Let me just double check that. Major. It was. Yeah, it was. Major Kus. Yeah, there she is. Great character. Major Kusanagi. Wait, who else did you have up there, Wrangler? Lily from AT&T. Captain Janeway. I love Captain Janeway. Captain Janeway, my only critique of Captain, and I love Captain Janeway, I really do. My only critique of Captain Janeway is she had the most plot armor of any of the Star Trek captains, I felt. She had the she just would find herself in situations where it was like her whole crew was about to be annihilated, and she made this this moral stand or something, and it was like, okay, well, you're going down, and then something in the plot would sort of let her get out of it. And that was like my only, and all the captains once in a while had something like that, but she got the most of those, which is my only critique. But love Captain Janeway, love Kate Mulgrew, so good in that role. Starfury says, are you surprised that neo-Marxists lie about their opponents? You know, A Drink with Crazy this morning was making this point about like he considers them, they're Marxists, and that's what we have to call them out as. And it's like that actually is kind of the point that proves, I think, my point, which is woke is a more powerful word than Marxist, because when you say because here's the thing, the left-wing radicals have already taken over that terminology. The words communism, socialism, and Marxism have all been rehabilitated by the left. When you mention communism in like the 1920s and 30s and 40s, people were terrified of it. They were terrified of it. And they should have been, because Stalin killed about 4 times as many people as Hitler did before World War II. Before the end of World War II, Stalin had killed more civilians than the Holocaust did. So people had a good reason to fear the word communism and Marxism, and now they don't. Now I literally have talked to teenagers who are telling me, oh, well, communism is a good thing. And I'm like, oh, God. So listen, as much as he's right about that, when you say Marxism, people's eyes glaze over, because either they are nerdy enough politically that they already agree with you, or they're not, in which case their eyes are just going to glaze over and they're not going to hear what you're saying. But when you say woke, you know what the people think of? They think of annoying little hall monitors who are running around society, policing everybody's thoughts and jokes and feelings and everything else. Meanwhile, pushing weird shit on us all the time. Oh, you see those half-naked men in pup masks over there, being petted by children? That's normal. What? It's like, that's that's what normal people see or hear when they hear the word woke. And that's why it's such a powerful word. And this is, by the way, the mistake that I think we have made in the past is we let them take control of the language, and we start saying things like, oh, conservatives and liberals and Marxists and socialists, and like the normal hip crap, the youngsters, they don't hear what that means anymore. But when they hear the word woke, they hear, oh no, that's cringe. Oh, that's super embarrassing. Oh no, I don't want to be woke. Hashtag Ukraine. Anyway, so that's why I think we've got them on the ropes. That is not the time to let your enemy get up. That's my point. They're going to make 5 more garbage films like The Marvels. They're going to make 5-10 more of them, folks. They're on the way. They're already on the way. They're already talking about casting Pedro Pascal for the Fantastic Four. And whether that's true or not, trust me, some decision like that is coming down the pike. Okay, so we will inflict more defeats on them, and they will continue to lie and lie and lie about why these things are happening. And it will not deter us. That's there you go. There you go. Ripley, Sarah Connor, my literary favorite, Honor Harrington. I'm not familiar with Honor Harrington. Yeah. Terminator 1 and 2 have one of the best combined character arcs I've ever seen in fiction. Like Sarah Connor's journey from down on her luck, waitress to badass warrior who's trying to stop the impending doom of humanity. I'm telling you, and kind of she has this beautiful love story with Kyle Reese, and Kyle Reese, by the way, is one of my favorite just movie heroes ever. Like he's just one of my absolute favorite movie heroes of all time, as played by Michael Biehn, who is just inspired in that role. That story is so brilliant. And her journey and Linda Hamilton's performance, it's absolute magic. It's that same ditto with Alien and Aliens. Like Ripley's story, and the kind of common denominator with both Ripley and Sarah Connor is motherhood. Right? Now, I'm not saying that you can't have a badass babe who's not a mother. That's not my point. But like what makes Ripley's story so powerful in Aliens, I think, is that she could just escape that planet, but she goes back into the alien nest to save Newt. And that's and everything after that point is terrible, because then in Alien 3, they kill Newt off screen. And I think that was horrific, and it destroyed everything that those movies had created. So I was trying to think of like other characters lately. They always come to mind when I'm not on the stream, but then when I'm on the stream, I can't remember all these badass babes that I'm always thinking about. So anyway, Star Fury says, the French never do anything. Oh, geez. My apologies to any French people in the chat. But you better get in this chat, because Star Fury is firing a shot across your bow. Melodic Method says, not since Napoleon. Yeah, that whole marching into Russia, never a good plan. Not a good plan. You never march it. By the way, I'm sorry to say this, folks. I am hearing rumors that Ridley Scott's Napoleon, is not good. I'm hearing rumors it's not good. And if you saw me react to the trailer, that trailer is awful. I don't know if the movie will be good or not, but I hate that trailer with all the stupid, like rock music juxtaposed with the 18th century. It bothers me. It bothers me. But I hope this movie is good. I would like Napoleon to be good. I really would, because, geez, he's like only one of the most interesting characters in all of history. But what do I know? I love how that we're getting into a history. We're getting into a history rant. Periodic reminder: the French and Spanish and Dutch assisting the U.S. in getting their independence. Yes, absolutely. Dude, I am the first one to tell you the American Revolution would not have succeeded if it weren't for the French. It was a 9-year war. The American Revolution took almost 10 years. It was a decade of war. That's a long time, folks. That is a long time. And by the way, there were several failed rebellions before that, like smaller scale rebellions. However, during the War of 1812, fought the most powerful empire on earth to a draw, which is pretty badass. And that time, there weren't no French helping us. So there you go. Redoubt says, there's never been a strong female character before. The entire 1980s turns its head in rage. Exactly. Dude, the 80s was a great time for badass babes. Dude, it's one of the reasons I love Stranger Things so much, because Stranger Things captures a lot of the energy that films in that time had. Even some of the like comedy films like The Breakfast. This might be why I kind of like seasons 2 and 3, and a lot of people didn't like seasons 2 and 3 of Stranger Things, but I felt that they also captured kind of like Stranger Things 3. I liked the summer as a setting, because the previous 2 films were during winter. So I liked shows. I liked how the third one was like a 1980s summer teen movie, was a little bit what it was like. And I guess it's just nostalgia, but I remember films like 16 Candles and stuff like that, The Breakfast Club, etc. Those were, it was a great time for the ladies. It's a great time. Weird Science. Wrangler says, yeah, they always wanted to play up Janeway's strong will to the point it sometimes didn't make much sense. Her Janeway's strength I liked Janeway's strong will. I always thought like her kind of dogged determination. My critique is not honestly of the character, because I always liked the character. In fact, I even liked the fact that Janeway was willing to risk her entire crew on kind of a grandstanding moral principle. That's a very Starfleet thing to do. She's kind of more by the book than Picard, and certainly much more by the book than Kirk. And she was a little more level-headed than Sisko, I would say. Sisko was kind of more of a passionate captain than the others. And the problem was the plot would let her out of it. And I would have rather seen her pay the price sometimes for those decisions. There's one really good episode where she forges the alliance with the Borg. And there's a great scene where she's like mortally injured and she's on like what might be her deathbed in terms of the story in sickbay. And she's barely able to her and Chakotay are in total disagreement. Chakotay thinks the Borg are untrustworthy. We can't have this alliance. Janeway says we have to. And she kind of just gasps, with all of her strength, like, make this work, Commander. And he's kind of in this position of like, he doesn't agree with her, but he's loyal to her. I like when they had those kinds of moments where she's kind of pushing her morals and she's paying a price for it. I thought it was brilliant. So that's my perspective. My perspective on Janeway. Readout Production says they tend to not like being called out for what they are, though. That would be the wokies. They are far more comfortable with the term woke because woke is perceived as good. Used to be. I disagree. They created that word. You got to get woke, man. And it was, in terms of like Operation Market Garden in World War II, it's like you had to capture every single bridge for that to work. And the last bridge was the bridge too far. And the word woke is a bridge too far. It was a bridge that diversity, equity, inclusion, representation, marginalized, all of those words were just win, 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 win. But for some reason, the word woke has come to encapsulate the worst of their behavior. And it's the one that they're embarrassed of. They're ashamed of it because it was them getting too greedy. I just think of Elon Musk discovering all those woke t-shirts in Twitter. And I just think, yep, I can think of no better metaphor of like why that word is so cringe now. It's like nothing is worse than when someone thinks they're saying something really cool and nobody in the room agrees with them. Like that's the most cringe it gets. And that's why woke is such a bad word for them, because they thought it was cool, but then they looked around and all the other cool kids were like, that's not that cool, man. And that's why I think it is devastating. It's devastating to them. Not because of what they think of it as much as everybody knows what you mean when you say it. Now that does come with the caveat that, yes, we also have to keep explaining why are we using that word? What does it mean? No, it does not apply to everything. It does not mean that just because there's a woman in it, it's woke. I don't agree with that at all. I think there was some conservative commentator who was trying to say that Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone is a woke show. It's not. Now, there's like one or two lines in it that, yes, a little bit on the clearly are coming from the perspective of like what a wokey would write. But the character often pushes back and challenges it. And so it becomes a discussion and it's not a lecture. And that's the difference. So no, Tulsa King is not a woke show. In fact, I think it's a pretty hilarious. It has a lot of push and pull, I would say, and which is all we ever really asked for is balance. Melodic Method says communism has an unmatched death toll. You better believe it. You better. The Holocaust has nothing on Mao Zedong and Stalin. They killed 10 times as many people as the World War II bad guys ever did. And the World War II bad guys killed a lot of people. Did you know 80% of the casualties of World War II that were civilian were inflicted by the Axis? So more of their casualties were on civilian targets, which that had never happened in war before. Usually most of the casualties were on military targets in World War I and before. So anyway, but that is for another day. Redoubt Production says, by English class in high school hammered in having, I think you mean my English class hammered in having to interpret an author's intent through a Marxist lens. And then I proceeded to be told Marxism and communism are completely different politics. Yeah, it's, you know, what's funny about that is that there are differences in the philosophies, but that's always true of totalitarians. Totalitarians always disagree with each other. Stalin had to get rid of all the followers of Trotsky. And it was the Bolsheviks had to get rid of the Mensheviks. So yeah, is there disagreement? The Night of Long Knives, the bad guy in World War II had to get rid of all the other party members that disagreed with his take on how to get to power. So no, these wackos always fight each other. They always fight each other. So what your teacher in that case is misunderstanding is that it's a difference without a distinction. You may disagree on the margins, but at the end of the day, any ideology that requires total conformity to a group identity is immediately a temptation to violence. It is an immediate temptation to violence. Readout says, this is but one example of why multiple generations of Americans have an apprehension to reading literature. I would say the most insidious thing about, what's happening to the Marvels, not the Marvels, but the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Doctor Who, the Wheel of Time, all these properties that keep getting, I say, taken away from us. What do I mean by that? Why do I say they're taking it away from us? Because they are taking away the mythology that we have built our culture on. They're trying, there's a reason they're coming for the stories. They're coming for the stories because stories, it's actually in telling a story that you form a culture, because every culture has a story, that they tell. They have a story that they tell themselves about who they are and what they stand for. And so we are reclaiming storytelling, and that's what we have to do. That is, it's a good thing that the Marvels has been the catastrophe we all knew it was. The most annoying thing about it all is, like, we all knew this was going to happen. It's like, it literally, watching Disney release every one of these movies is like watching someone say, gee, I hope that what's going to happen isn't what happens. It's like, but that's what's going to happen. It's going to fail because this is not an interesting story. It's not well made. You didn't invest the time. So there you go. Oh, geez, don't even Star Fury. Madam Web. Oh, no. Oh my God. I loved that animated Spider-Man series from the 90s, and I loved Madam Web. I thought it was always super cool when this weird old lady with her giant web, would help Peter Parker. And I thought Peter Parker, who is Spider-Man. And I'm so fucking done with the Miles stands. I am so over I'm not even willing to say, oh, Miles is an interesting character. Fine, if you like him. I'm over it. I'm so over it. I don't want to see Miles Morales anywhere ever again. I just can't even stand it anymore. I'm like, but then they come out with this, Sony comes out with this trailer of Madam Web, and she's like this young teenager. And I'm like, why? They're not even adapting the character. It's so stupid. It's like a CW show. So no interest in Madam Web. Question for the captain in the chat, says Melodic Method. Does anyone hold out any hope for Fantastic Four movie being any good? Is that MCU? That's MCU, right? Because if it's MCU, the answer is I give it basically a 0 probability, like 0. It's I hate to say it. I really do. These people don't like making money, Melodic. They don't like it. It's uncomfortable for them. It's a very uncomfortable experience for Bob Iger to see a profit. It's very uncomfortable for him. I don't know why, but he has an allergy. It's serious. And Star Fury agreeing with the captain. Sadly, Fantastic Four will be dead on arrival. It will be. Look, they just can't do it. They can't do it in our modern environment. They have made their bed, and their bed is whiteness is bad. So white characters have to be excised. And this is so, it's just such a vile ideology because there is plenty of room for everyone. There is plenty of room for new characters. There's plenty of room for characters of all different walks of life to win over the hearts and minds. But, wokeness is a poison chalice. It's a poison chalice as an artist, because if you drink of that chalice, you are agreeing that you have a right to be resentful. You have a right to blame external factors on your lack of success. It's literally the antithesis of being a professional. It's the antithesis of having a professional mindset. So it's toxic for the artist to buy into this, because that's why Nia DaCosta, listen, I understand it's painful to be, to see your art fail. Trust me, I understand that's painful. But if your attitude is, and that's because you're all a bunch of assholes, screw you, how you think that's going to work out for you? Are you going to learn any lessons? Are you going to challenge yourself to be better, as they would say? Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? They're always telling us to do better, but they never say that to themselves, do they? Oh, well, Nia DaCosta, do better. Do better. How about you try out your own advice for a change? It's like, but they won't. So they've drunk of a poison chalice, and unfortunately, that means that Fantastic Four is going to suffer. And it's sad. It's a slam dunk, folks. If they would just adapt Fantastic Four, it'd be great. Redoubt says it's crazy to think the original Terminator is underrated on account of the success of its sequel. When I was a kid, I was much more into Judgment Day. It was much more fun because it's like, oh, it's a Terminator. But as I got older, I actually think Terminator 1 is kind of the better film. I love them both. I really do. But I just think that Kyle Reese is probably my favorite character in the Terminator canon. He's just I love his mission. He's had such a miserable freaking life. And all he knows, I really love those first interactions between him and Sarah Connor, because he doesn't know how to talk to a civilian, much less a civilian in the 1980s, because in the time that he comes from, everyone is a warrior. Everyone is in the fight. So when he's talking to Sarah, he's talking to her in terms she can't understand. Like, you've got a Terminator, it's a T-800 model. It's after you on this. It's targeted you for termination. And it's like, that's all gobbledygook to her. She's like, what are you doing? Don't kill me. I love that whole interaction because it betrays the fact that Kyle Reese, from the perspective of someone in the 80s, is like he's like a kid who's been sheltered his whole life and doesn't know the outside world in terms of the 80s. So I love that. He's got a lot of great elements of his character. He kind of is similar to Keira Nerys from Deep Space Nine. They're very similar characters in many ways, both resistance fighters, war weary. Two of my favorite fictional characters. There you go. There's a badass babe who is, by the way, my favorite character in Deep Space Nine, Keira Nerys. And that's just because of her history of being a resistance fighter, a woman of faith, and surrounded by Federation atheists who think it's silly. Like that, there's a lot of great elements of Kira's character. And also I love the actress, how she played that character as well. Yeah, it's funny how all these strong female leads tend to crap on the idea of motherhood. Weird. I don't know why. I think motherhood is a superpower that men don't have and will never understand. And I think that is as it is. It is as it should be. I just think this is the thing. It's like, and this is a good segue because your captain has watched all the films in the Conjuring universe. And one of the things I love about these films is the characters of Ed and Lorraine Warren. This married couple, supernatural buddy cop team. And they are magnificent characters. They go together perfectly. They complement each other perfectly in these films. And I love them both. They are just magnetic. They're sympathetic. Every minute that they're on screen, you feel lighter, you feel invested in them. And, there's such a natural beauty to how they fit together as people. And just as men and women working, a man and a woman working together and playing to their strengths and helping each other compensate for their mutual weaknesses. And I think that is why wokeness is such a destructive mentality, because it says that men and women are better apart. We're better going it our own. And there are versions of this on both sides. There's the MGTOW. There's the men going their own ways, which I think is, I disagree with that. I think that's a really nasty, resentful way to look at things. And I think that's a poison chalice. It's a poison chalice to say, you know what? Screw women. Men should just go their own way and do their own thing. And what I think and I think that's just as toxic as the modern feminist attitude of like, screw men are pigs. Women should just do everything on their own and don't need no man. And I think that what's so great about the character of Ed and Lorraine Warren is it's effortless. You watch these two characters and it just feels right. It doesn't need any explanation. My current explanation notwithstanding, it doesn't need any explanation because it just makes sense. And so Ellen Ripley fighting for this little girl who she's now kind of, has a surrogate mother-daughter relationship with in Aliens feels natural. It feels natural because she's playing to her natural instincts. And men, being hunter-gatherers, protectors, that's our social currency. It feels natural for us to step into the identity of heroes, people protecting people. I think there just flat out is a reason why men are more likely to want to be cops, more likely to want to be firefighters. And it's not that women don't protect society. They absolutely do. They just protect it. They protect different. They're drawn to protect different quarters typically than men are. And that's not a bad thing. It just means we're yin and we're yang. You need both of them. You need them both. Young Avengers. No, Star Fury. We're not doing, dude. That is. Oh, please. It's like John Oliver. Just like, please, Disney. No, I just invoke John? Never mind. Anyway, yes, Disney, do it. Please make the Young Avengers. Nothing would make me happier. Nothing. You think the Marvels is a failure? Oh my God. You haven't seen nothing yet if you think you're making the Young Avengers. Now, that's not because the Young Avengers couldn't be good. That's not because it couldn't be good. That's because Disney can't make something good. That's what that is. Gina Davis, The Long Kiss Goodnight, Cutthroat Island, A League of Their Own. That's like, I just named 3 Gina Davis movies off the top of my head that are marvelous. Excellent movies, and she's the lead. But Long Kiss Goodnight is a great movie, by the way, if you've never seen that one. Cutthroat Island is not the best movie ever, but I kind of like it. I take that back. She's not super plausible as a pirate queen. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's a fun movie anyway. That's right, Redoubt. Redoubt's like 2 can play at the game of a history rant, Captain. Absolutely. And you're well played, sir. Well played. The captain acknowledges. Melodic says, Stranger Things 2 and 3 had some good character development, but overall fell flat for me. By all means, please tell me, Melodic, what I'm missing on these. Because I will say, I understand the critique. I understand critiques of those seasons because season 2 was a little bit uneven with the plot development. And season 3, I felt like Hopper and Joyce became kind of clown characters, which annoys me. And I felt that continued a little bit in season 4 as well. But I just never reacted to season 3 as that's bad. I just never felt that way. So I think the reason why is because I always liked the plot of the Mind Flayer building this flesh monster. I just thought that was, and I loved the dynamic of the Mind Flayer confronting 11. That was kind of the most interesting thing for me. But anyway, I'm always curious about that. But yeah, no, I would say the best season is obviously season 1. That is a flawless piece of storytelling, is that season 1. And season 4, I would say it was off to a rocky start, but it pulled it off in the end. I don't like that they made the Mind Flayer a human villain. That's the one thing I don't like. I liked the Mind Flayer when it was a Lovecraftian, otherworldly, cosmic horror kind of monster, and that we did not understand from a dimension we're not supposed to know exists. We're not even supposed to know there's an upside down. And that's the element of it I liked. And they've kind of removed that a little bit with the, however, the superhero story of 11 versus 1 is one of the most brilliant superhero versus villain stories I've ever seen. So on that level, it's an absolute triumph. I just sort of preferred the Lovecraftian horror, but I fully acknowledge that 11's superhero journey in season 4 is magnificent. And also a lot of other great things in that too. I could do whole streams on Stranger Things. I love that series so much. Please don't screw it up, Duffer Brothers. Please land this bird. I'm totally fine. Make season 5 the last season. Land that bird. God, I hate bad endings. I hate bad endings to TV shows. It's the worst. It's just the worst because you can never recover from it, you know? Melodic Method says, I agree. Fantastic Four will suck. So who cares who they cast? Let empathy be the death of Dibney. We can move on. I don't know if you meant to say Dibney, but I like that anyway. We can move on and make our own stuff. Agreed. And this is why, like, we're not letting up is my attitude. Like, yes, we have the wokies on the ropes. Now's the time to push harder. Now's the time to make our case that much more loudly. And the day will come when it's time to have a farewell to arms. I acknowledge that because the mistake that the wokies made is that, they actually have, and this might be a hot take, the foundations of some of their arguments are based in real world injustices. There are real world injustices that are undeniable, that are the basis from which some of their later ideology flowed out from. The problem is they turned it into an ideology of hatred, resentment, group identity, and they've become bullies. They've become the very thing they accuse everyone else of being. And so, I think it is a manipulation when people try to convince you that, like, oh, we can't lower ourselves to their level. And it's like, look, when Germany surrendered in World War II, just to use a war analogy, I mean, I know, I'm just kind of on a World War II rant right now. But when they surrendered, we nourished that country, at least our half of it. I can't speak for the Soviet half of it, but we, the Allies, France, America, and the United Kingdom, nourished West Germany back to a healthy democracy, and then we left. And that is what we must do in the culture war. But we have to get all the way to the end, which is, it is no longer, and it, by the way, it may take a generation or two. It may not even be our generation that finishes the fight. So my point is, they're on the ropes. We're going to keep them on the ropes. The next place they're going is the map. They're on the ropes. They're going on the map. That's the next place they're going. So I ain't letting up. I'm excited. The momentum's on our side. And by the way, this is the mistake that I would say freedom-minded people that are okay with live and let live. And it makes sense because we're live and let live. You do your thing, I'll do my thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, this is the weakness. This is the weakness we have, being live and let live people, that, like, we say, okay, we have them on the ropes. Now let's be nice and let's play nice now. And it's like, no, because they haven't lost yet. And that's the difference. And so when they have fully lost, and good stories are back and they're kicking ass and Star Wars is good again, it will be someday. I believe that. Maybe not in my lifetime, but it will be again someday. And then it's live and let live. Bygones are bygones, a farewell to arms, but not before. That's, feel free to disagree. That's just one captain's opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe forgiveness is the better part of valor. Now, the captain has a treat for you. Let's talk about the Conjuring Universe. Maybe it's a treat. I don't know. That's kind of an old news, but let's do it. Yeah, exactly. Melodic bet. Playing nice is one thing. Being spineless is different and shameful. I mean, I am not criticizing people that are saying we should stop. Oh, we shouldn't overuse the word woke, etc. It's like they have valid arguments. I'm not, like, being critical of them. I'm just saying, you don't want to make the mistake of letting your enemy get back up when they're on the ropes. And I don't want to have enemies. I don't like the idea of having, enemies. But let's face it, folks, we tend to dance around it a little bit, but we're like, how come there's no, like, male heroes anymore? Folks, because they consider that evil. Like there's no bones about it. It is evil to have a male protagonist who is a triumphant hero saving the princess from Darth Vader. So my point is, like, I don't have anything ideologically in common with people who think that way. I don't have anything in common with someone who believes that it is wrong to tell that story. And so I'm not interested in there's I'm not interested in an armistice. They deserve the failure that they're receiving because they have acted with arrogance and greed, and frankly are continuing to lie about it, and they're lying to themselves more than anyone else. So hey, that would be you, Nia DaCosta. So anyway, so the captain has watched the Conjuring universe, and I got to tell you, and this fits into the overall thesis, I would say, that is emerging for this episode of the Captain's Cast live on the Swords and Starships channel. Please hit like and subscribe, which is classic hero stories. Now, you might not think that a horror universe franchise like the Conjuring universe would be the home of awesome heroes, but it actually happens to be. And by the way, this is a shared universe that is done brilliantly. Okay. It all kind of revolves around the original Conjuring film, which is loosely based on the real life supernatural adventures of Ed and Lorraine Warren, right? These real life ghost hunters famous for the Amityville horror and the haunting in Connecticut. And so the Conjuring adapts one of those films, and it was so popular and it was such a brilliant film that it spawned these other franchises, the Annabelle movies and then the Nun movies, and there's a couple sequels to the Conjuring. And like the keel of a ship. You like that? You like that, Star Fury? That's a nautical metaphor. Tom, hey, the keel of a ship running through this whole franchise is Ed and Lorraine Warren. These kind of amazing supernatural ghost hunters that defeat evil. They're Christians. They're a high school love story. You know, they're just the cutest characters in all the world. And I love the actors who play them. Which, you know, whenever I put myself on the spot, it's Patrick Wilson. And then who plays Lorraine? The Conjuring. I had it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Vera Farmiga. It's kind of a strange name. Yeah, Vera Farmiga, and I love Patrick Wilson, by the way. He was so good as Night Owl in The Watchmen, which I really love. So anyway, you've got these two characters played by these really charming, likable actors. They are classic heroes, folks. They are good versus evil characters. And what's so interesting about it is I find most horror movies tend to be on the nihilistic side. They're mostly about how things don't work out for the best. And, you are optimistic at your peril in a horror movie. But what's interesting about these movies is they're horror movies, but they have this classical good versus evil, battle of good versus evil theme running through them all. And for that reason, they're quite memorable. I mentioned that like Hunger Games, the snowbird songs of ice snakes, like it's not memorable because there's no characters in it that are really good or redeemable or move you or speak to you. These characters do. So without further ado, the captain is going to present to you my ranking of all of the Conjuring films and a couple of my thoughts on them, from, I would say, my least favorite to the absolute best of the series. And we begin with in my view, the eighth best film, because I consider all these films are actually good. All these films are good. However, Annabelle Comes Home, which is the third in the Annabelle franchise, I consider the least of these films. And the main reason I didn't like Annabelle Comes Home is kind of just because the plot is a bit muddled. It basically focuses on the daughter of Ed and Lorraine Warren while they're away on a business trip. One of the babysitter and her friend, the friend of the babysitter, comes over and sneaks into the Warrens' museum, their sort of cabinet of curiosities, all these haunted and evil tainted artifacts that they keep locked in this room in their house and blessed and protected so that the evil can't escape. Well, she lets the Annabelle doll out of its cage and it infests the house with a demon. And now this their daughter, Julia, I think it's Julie, right? Anyway, she has to fight this demon. She's played by, in this movie, their daughter. She's played by the girl that played Phoebe in Ghostbusters Afterlife, and she's a very charming actress. She's really good at this. The problem with the movie is it's a little bit uneven. It's kind of there's like a werewolf shows up in the middle, and it's like, what the hell? What's a werewolf doing in this movie? However, it's all right. It's all right. But let's roll tape. Let's talk about number 7, the seventh best in the series, and that would be The Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It. Now, here's something really interesting. All these films are pretty good. They all have spine-tingling, creepy ghost moments, things going bump in the night, a ghost. They're really good at the jump scares in these movies, and they always find a new way of showing it to you, which I really like, because you start to get used to like, oh, when the camera pans this way, that's where the demon's going to be. But like, they use amazing tricks of the light in these films to kind of use the demon's face is looking at you, but it takes you a second to see it in the shadow. And when you see it, it retreats into the dark. Oh my God. Oh, those get me so good every time. Now, the thing is, in the 10 Blake Snyder Save the Cat movie genres, obviously, most of these movies fall into the monster in the house genre, right? The monster in the house is what basically all these films mostly are. However, this film did not fit that type, right? The monster in the house rules. Let me just pull up the rules real quick. Basically, monster in the house, you've got to have a supernatural monster, supernatural in its powers, even if its strength is from insanity, and evil at its core. Number 2 thing that you need is a house, meaning an enclosed space that can include a family unit, an entire town, or even the world. And number 3, you've got to have a sin. Someone is guilty of bringing the monster into the house, a transgression that can include ignorance. So the last movie, Annabelle Comes Home, definitely the sin is ignorance, because the babysitter's friend wants to communicate with her father, and so she sneaks into the museum and she lets Annabelle out of her cage, and so that's the sin that unleashes the evil. However, let's see. Let me kill this tab so I can speed this up. All right, there you go. So The Devil Made Me Do It, however, does not fit the monster in the house genre. The first 2 Conjuring films do, and they're brilliant. They're some of the best monster in the house movies I've ever seen. But the reason why the third one doesn't fit is because it doesn't follow the normal formula of like, oh, there's a house, it's haunted, there's a ghost haunting the people. Instead, it revisits Ed and Lorraine Warren performing this exorcism on this boy who is possessed, okay? But then they cure him, and but the demon goes into his brother, but they don't see this happen. And then the movie kind of leaves the house, and it becomes this kind of mystery story in which it's based on a true story in which the brother, who is now a teenager, murders a dude, and he claims the demon made him do it. It's basically alluding to the title there. And so he's on trial in the courts, and he's trying to claim as his defense, this really happened, by the way, he's trying to claim as his defense that he was possessed at the time he committed the murder. And Ed and Lorraine Warren have to prove whether or not that's true to the court. And they do believe him, but they have their doubts. Well, it doesn't have your typical haunted house vibe at all. And so as I'm watching it, I'm like, well, it's not a bad movie. It's pretty good, but this does not feel like the other ones. And then it hit me. It's a why done it. The Conjuring Part 3 is not a monster in the house story. It's a why done it. So let's see here. Rules of a why done it. Number 1, you have to have a detective. So in this case, the detective is Ed and Lorraine Warren. So they are functioning as detectives. And in a why done it, the detective does not change. We as the audience change. Yet, they can be any kind of gumshoe, from pro to amateur to imaginary. So in this case, they're the supernatural ghost hunters, and they're trying to prove he really was possessed. Number 2 that you need in a why done it is a secret. The secret of the case is so strong that it overwhelms the worldly lures of money, sex, power, or fame. We gots to know, and so does the why done it hero. They've got to know. And so that definitely fits that, because there's a lot of scenes in the movie where Ed and Lorraine are kind of like they're in too deep, but they can't let themselves quit because that's the other thing that's great about their characters. They care about people. Like they really want to help people. And so they're like, no, we got to find out what's going on. Third thing you need in a why done it is the dark turn. The dark turn shows that in pursuit of the secret, the detective will break the rules, even his own, often ones he has relied on for years to keep him safe. The pull of the secret is too great. Well, this film is a textbook why done it because they literally stumble onto a demon cult. Well, no, what would you call it? Like a satanic cult basically is sort of underpinning the whole thing, and they have to uncover it. And there is definitely a dark turn at the end. There's a betrayal. So it fits, but does it make for one of the best films? Not really. It's not really one of the best in the series. Which brings me neatly along to number 6, the 6th best in the Conjuring universe. And geez, what happened to that picture? I totally messed up with that picture. But anyway, The Nun Part 2. And this is the most recent one I just watched. I just watched The Nun Part 2. I need the resolution on that. The bad captain. So the Nun are kind of a twin set. So in the second Conjuring film, they introduce this ghost, which is this creepy ass nun. Okay. And let me tell you something. This is one of the fucking most terrifying things I've ever seen is this nun. However, the actual Nun movies themselves are kind of more like a medieval priest versus demon fantasy story. They feel more like a kind of Transylvania, Dracula versus Van Helsing kind of story, more than like a haunted house or horror story. So really, they're kind of like Dracula, basically, is what they're like. Because the titular nun is actually a demon, which, as the Warrens call it, an inhuman spirit. That is a spirit that has never inhabited human form and lusts for the power and the experience we as humans have, but they cannot have. And so that's basically what all the enemies in these films are basically demons that are trying to like take control of someone or steal their power or their soul or whatever it is. And so the nun is this inhuman spirit called Valak that uses the image of a nun as it's a deliberate insult to God. These are, by the way, these are very Christian founded films. These are very Catholic Christian themed films. And I think part of that is probably because the director of the first two films, what is his last name? Conjuring. Let me grab that real quick. No, it's not Donnie Yen. That's the actor who played in the Wick series. James Wan. That's it. James Wan, the director, who is, by the way, a very talented director in these films. Anyway, so he's a pretty Christian guy, I gather. And so really, if you want a story that you don't mind horror stories, if you like a horror story, but it also is like super pro-Christian, it actually is. It really is. So anyway, this nun character, and she's played by the actress who's been in American Horror Story. And she's actually better in this than she is in American Horror Story. And that would be Thaisa Farmiga. Really? She's the daughter of Vera Farmiga? I didn't even realize that. Yeah, she's in American Horror Story. She was in Coven. So she plays this nun that kind of does battle with this demon. And they're always in like these old medieval style abbeys. Now, what's interesting about The Nun 2 is this is the second film in the Conjuring universe that breaks the monster in the house formula. Because The Nun 2 is basically a Golden Fleece story. It's a Golden Fleece story in which, and the 3 elements of a Golden Fleece story is you have to have a prize, right? A prize that is something primal. And in this case, what she's after is stopping this demon, which is rampaging across Europe. And it's going from like abbey to abbey. And it's looking for this religious artifact, which is the eyes of this saint. And if it gets this artifact, it will have the power to do really bad stuff to the world. And so this nun, she has to get this artifact first. So it's essentially a kind of Raiders of the Lost Ark horror story, basically. See if I can find this. Golden Fleece, Blake Snyder. I should have had all these pulled up so I didn't have to search for them. 3 elements of a golden fleece. So you have to have a road, and she has to travel across Europe to get her. So there you go, which demarcates growth. A team, and she's got like a buddy nun that's with her as well. And the team, the buddy, is usually someone who represents the things the hero doesn't have, such as skill, experience, or attitude. And of course, the prize that is sought. So it's a kind of doing battle, nuns versus demons, priests versus the devil kind of golden fleece story. And it's pretty good. And there are some blood curdling, horrific monster scares in The Nun too. So Captain recommends. And I forgot to tell you my scores. So Annabelle comes home 6 out of 10. Not their best effort. The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, 7 out of 10. It's a 7 out of 10 creepy, why done it mystery thriller is basically what it is. The Nun 2 also, I would put this one at a 7 out of 10. So now moving on to number 5 in the Conjuring universe, that would be, and hopefully we have a better resolution, The Nun, the original Nun film, which that picture should tell you everything you need to know. Oh my God. It's so terrible. It's so frightening. This movie is actually much better, I think, than the Nun 2, because essentially there is this remote abbey in the wilderness of Romania, and it's just after World War II, which is also a good historical backdrop for it. And so the nun, she plays, what's her name? Sister Irene. So yeah, Sister Irene is the protagonist, as in the second one. And she and this demon hunter priest go to this abbey to investigate this haunting. And that pretty much sets up everything you need to know. This demon nun is haunting this abbey, and it is terrifying. And there's a lot of the only problem is occasionally they go full CGI, and that really disappoints me when they do that, because that's when I'm less scared. Like when it's a full CGI, screeching monster, that's kind of when I'm the least terrified. But when it's like a face in the darkness, oh, those are the best. And let me just catch up on the chat real quick. Star Fury says, good night. Night, everyone. Good night, Star Fury. Permission to disembark granted. Good to see you as always. It basically, yeah, exactly, Melodic. Is that Marilyn Manson in a nun costume? Basically. Not scary. I'm just waiting for him to bust out some bitchin' tunes. Well, watch it in the dark by yourself, Melodic, and let me know. You just let me know. Hey, if you're not scared, look, I'll believe you if you tell me you're not scared. Number 4 in the Conjuring universe is Annabelle. I cannot believe I love this movie, folks. I cannot believe it. Like, when I would see the trailers of this over the years, and it was like, Annabelle is back, and you'd see this doll, her face like landing under a door, and I would laugh. Because I was like, oh, come on. This is like Chucky. This isn't like, this just seems silly. But when you actually watch the film, it's not what you expect, because the mechanic is not that the doll is Chucky. The doll's not like Chucky. It gets up and grabs a butcher knife and comes after you. What it is it is an object that a demon is infesting. And so it's more like, if you bring this doll into your home, number 1, you're never going to get rid of it. Number 2, there will be a demon infesting your house, trying to take your soul, throwing shit around. It's a bad time. It's a really bad time. You don't want to go down that road. But the doll is creepy in that it will just show up places. Now, this is a brilliant mechanic in this film. You rarely see the doll move. Very rarely. What it'll be is like, you look at the doll and it's kind of sitting in a chair, and you look away for a second, and then you look back at it and its eyes it's turned its head and it's looking at you. Or it shows up in a room where it wasn't supposed to be. Or you hear the chair rocking, but when you go into the room, the chair is not rocking. Like, just shit like that. And it's brilliantly done. And when the doll does move in the film, it is usually at the moment when the terror is hitting a fever pitch. So the thing I love the most about the Annabelle film, though, is what all these films have in common is likable characters that are sympathetic, and they each have a story. See, that's the thing that makes all these films work. most horror movies are really more about the monster, and the people in the film are just there to be food for the monster. And that's really all they are. What's interesting about the Conjuring universe is every single character has a backstory. They have like a nuance. There's reasons you care about them. There's reasons you want them to survive. There's reasons you want them to win. And the main protagonist in Annabelle is this young mother in the 60s who she's pregnant and she's kind of, she's having she witnesses a murder happen next door, and it's horrifying. It traumatizes her. So while her husband is away at work, she's at home and he gives her this doll as a gift. And there's kind of a backstory to it. She collects dolls and shit starts happening that starts to terrify her. And pretty soon it becomes clear there's a demon that's after her baby. And it's a mixture of like Rosemary's Baby combined with a poltergeist story combined with, Chucky. It's fantastic. And you care about this character. There is a scene in this movie, folks, when she is down in the basement, like the storage basement of her apartment building, and there's a freaking demon in there, and it's probably the most terrifying thing in the whole franchise, I think. I think it's the most terrifying scene in the whole franchise. I was crawling in my chair. I'm like, oh my God, get out of this place. Oh my God, it's so bad. So yes, I thought this movie would be dopey as hell, and it's not. Wrangler says, good night to Starfury. Good night, you sweet prince, Starfury. He would be horrified if he heard me say that. You princes of Maine. Which brings me to number 3. My third favorite in the Conjuring universe is, believe it or not, Annabelle Creation, which is the second Annabelle film. This movie is something else. Like, where did they even come up with the concept for this story? It's so fascinating. So what's interesting about the Conjuring universe is they don't tell a linear story in time because the films kind of jump around in the timeline, but they're all connected. They're all connected very carefully, which is something I really like about them. But Annabelle and the other thing too is, on that same subject of like the characters, each story does tell its own self-contained story. So in the case of Annabelle Creation, it tells the story of, unsurprisingly, how Annabelle was created by the original doll maker who lives on this farm in the country in like the 1950s, I want to say. And you would think, well, who wants to see the origin of the doll? Who really cares? Well, it actually is pretty interesting because this toy maker, he has this doll. He makes dolls for a living. They're kind of handcrafted. He makes this doll. He's going to deliver it to the customer who ordered it. And then something shocking happens to him and his wife. Something shocking happens, and they lose their daughter. Their daughter is killed. And the way that this film uses cinematography to like make these moments just brutal as hell is really amazing. Like these films are very well shot. They're very well edited. They really use the camera in brilliant ways. But what I like about Annabelle Creation is the story is just so naturally interesting. So after, a few years after the death of their daughter, this doll maker and his wife are kind of living this quiet life, and they decide to open their home, which is bigger. It has more space than they need. They decide to invite this nun, which is only very slightly related to the nun character in the other film. They invite this nun who is watching over a group of girls who are part of an orphanage. They've lost their orphanage and they have nowhere to go. And so the toy maker invites this nun and these girls who are orphans to use their house as a temporary orphanage until either they're adopted or they can find a new orphanage. And there is a dark history attached to the doll. Well, this girl that you're seeing in the picture here, she's basically the main character, and she starts to become harassed by this entity that's inhabiting the house. But there's also a really good kind of institutionalized story that goes with this as well, which is that she had polio, this girl, and so she can't walk, which, by the way, makes the scenes where she has to run from the monster that much more terrifying because she can't. So that highlights another great thing about these films. They use very clever and well set, very good setup and payoff to set up little things that are going to be terrifying later. They always do the groundwork to set it up so that, like, the fact that she can't run downstairs becomes very important later when the demon is after her. So, like, these films are very well constructed. But what I liked about it is that it's kind of this mini story about how she's on the outs with these mean girls that are kind of bullying her. She doesn't really have any friends. The fact that she can't walk, is this really terrible. It makes her life very hard, basically. It makes her life very hard and very tragic. And at the same time, she's having to do battle with this spirit that's inhabiting the house, and it's attached to this doll. And you really care about these characters. And so I just thought the mythology that they tell in this story, the kind of powerful. By the way, the actor who plays Eowyn in Lord of the Rings plays the toy maker's wife in this. This is Annabelle Creation. By the way, the other thing I love about all of these films is they are all really good period pieces. They're all really good, like, historical. Miranda Otto, that's her name. So she plays the toy maker's wife, and there's this kind of beautiful story, also tragic story about them and the loss of their daughter. There's this story about these orphan girls trying to, like, find homes and hoping to, like, find a place where they'll be loved and cared for. There's this kind of, coming of age story of, like, she's trying to, like, compete with these other girls who are kind of bullying her, and, she's on the outs. And then you've got this good versus evil death battle running through all of it. And it's a great haunted house story again. So Annabelle Creation, I really loved this film. Next film, number 2, the second best of the Conjuring universe is The Conjuring 2, which takes place in England. That would be Starfury's home, and Old Man Nixon's in the chat. Welcome aboard, Old Man Nixon. We are going through the Conjuring universe. The captain has just discovered it, and we have experienced a dearth of good content lately. The Marvels, unfortunately, was a dud. And that's putting it mildly, folks. So I wanted to spend some time on what I consider a triumph of good storytelling. And by the way, the Conjuring universe is related to everything I've been talking about on this stream, which is, we are constantly told that we hate strong, female characters and just all that kind of stuff. These films naturally have great female protagonists, and they are done well. They are done with vulnerability and strength in equal measure. They tell interesting stories that make you care about them. And these are excellent classic stories of heroes, to not to put too fine a point on it, but Christian heroes who are doing battle against the forces of evil. I'm telling you right now, these are like anti-woke films. These are anti-woke films. I'm surprised the wokies haven't figured out that The Conjuring, they should be opposed to these movies. They should be opposed to these movies because these movies portray a Christian married couple, a man and wife, a husband and wife team that are the worst nightmare of whatever demon is infesting your life. So my point is, I kind of consider these Iron Age films to some extent, and I just love them. I just love them. Now, Conjuring 2 is just a great haunted house story, but I'm going to tell you something. One of the things I love the most about these films is Googling, like after I watched The Conjuring 2, Googling what was true and what wasn't. There's a scene in The Conjuring 2 in which this poor, down on their luck English family, in which a single mother is raising like 6 kids because her husband ran out on her, and they are being tormented. And one of the problems that I have with ghost stories is that I get a sense ghosts can't hurt you, but in these films, ghosts can hurt you. You better believe it. Like they can do horrific things to you in these movies. So like when a ghost is after you in the Conjuring universe, you best run. You best run. So I love how they establish a real sense of fear, and there are very clear rules for how the ghosts work in these films, which is another, the exposition is done brilliantly in these films. So There's a scene in the film in which the family calls the cops. They call the cops, and these two police come over and they're investigating the house, and they're saying, yeah, the dresser was flying across the room and all this stuff is happening. And when I see this scene, my first thought was like, oh, these are always the worst in ghost stories, because this is always the part of the movie where like an outsider comes in and is a total skeptic and doesn't believe it's happening and says, oh, it's all in your head, right? To my surprise, as the police are investigating the house, a chair goes flying across the room. They both look at it in terror and they run out of the house and like, we can't help you with this. And I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. But then I thought it's also kind of silly because, like, it turns out that really happened. Like, that's a true story. It was in the news. It was in the news in London at the time in the 70s that the actual cops who investigated the home ran out of there and were like, you need to call a priest. So, and the final payoff, like, this is where horror movies often fall apart, is the final battle between whatever the monster is at the end. There's kind of a final battle that usually falls flat for me. I'm going to tell you right now, the final payoffs in these films are excellent. Like, especially The Conjuring 1 and 2, the final payoff is excellent. And I love the kind of final reveal of what you're really up against at the end. It's so good. So yes, The Conjuring 2. And I forgot my rating on Annabelle 1 is 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10, and same for Annabelle Creation. 9 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. These are excellent films. Some of the best ghost stories I've ever seen. The Conjuring 2 gets a 10 out of 10. There's nothing about this movie I don't like. I love Ed and Lorraine Warren. I love the family that are trying to survive this hell. There's so many twists and turns that you don't usually see in ghost stories in these. And the final battle with the malevolent entity is just righteous. It's just righteous. They do such a good job of having these kind of thrilling scenes where you're on the edge of your seat and you actually feel a sense of battle. You feel a sense of actually doing battle with the entity, which I really love. And, let's just move on to the best in the series then. The number one film in the series, and this isn't going to surprise you, my dear sailors and star nuts, but it is The Conjuring. It is the best of the series, and that's not a dig at the others, by the way. This film is just so damn good. It is just so well set up. It has so many perfectly working parts. It is a Swiss watch of perfection, this film. 10 out of 10 on the epaulets. It's one of my favorite horror films of all time. It's one of my favorite ghost stories of all time. It's one of my favorite good versus evil stories of all time, is The Conjuring. And it beats The Conjuring 2 by a nose. It is one of the best. It's the best haunted house story I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a better haunted house film. I certainly can't. Maybe the original Amityville Horror. Maybe the original Amityville Horror, which also was an Ed and Lorraine Warren case. So, and I would say that running through all these films are the characters of Ed and Lorraine Warren. Ed is the demonologist. He's an expert at exorcism. He knows all the lore. Lorraine is a clairvoyant. She can sense, she can see light. No, she's like Monica Rambeau. She can see light, folks. No, I'm just kidding. She can see the demons. She can sense when they're present. Now, just to give you one example of how well these films are made. Okay. So they use storytelling and they use non-linear reveals as a way of like upping the ante. So when Ed and Lorraine Warren come to this haunted house to first investigate it, right? They walk in the door and they're kind of looking around. Okay, and when did the events start occurring and what's been happening? Well, Lorraine gets this kind of fearful look on her face as she's looking at the family. She's looking at the daughters. She goes into a room. She gets this kind of disturbed, worried expression, but the film does not say anything. It doesn't tell you why she's looking that way or what she senses. A couple of scenes later, Lorraine explains to the family what she saw when she walked in the home. And then they show you the scene again, But this time they show you what Lorraine saw. And folks, it's freaking me out right now just thinking about it. Like it is the best. It is the best. She's like, I saw a shadow attached to you. And they show you this entity kind of like holding on to one of the daughters in the family. Oh my God, it's creeping me out just to think about it. But it's not just good storytelling, it's good filmmaking, because if the film had simply showed you that right off the bat, it wouldn't have been as good. The fact that they let you kind of walk through the scene and see Lorraine's reaction, but they don't explain what she's seeing, but then they reveal it later, that kind of slow roll, it just builds the tension, and it builds the tension, it builds the tension until you get to this. I'm kind of amazed. It's like this epic battle at the end of this film that is freaking crazy. I don't even know how you make a battle this epic in a film. I just don't. So there you go. The Conjuring Universe, one of the best things I've discovered all year. I had so much fun watching these films. I'll watch any more of these that come out. I'll watch them all. I'm so excited about it. And it's nice to see classical heroes. It's nice to see classical heroes doing battle with the forces of darkness. And I'm kind of odd this way. Like, I don't always see horror movies as a horror movie. You know, people are like, "Oh, that's a horror movie." I'm like, I see it as a hero fighting the bad guy movie is kind of what I see it as. And the fact that it's ghosts tormenting a family just happens to be what it is. You know, it's like it's Frodo stopping Sauron to me is kind of what these films are. So love them. All right. Well, that is the Conjuring Universe. And what else do we have in the stack of stuff, folks? What else do we have? I had a couple of things I wanted to go over. So this is my point about. So let's pull up Hat Tip Grizzy. So Grizzy had a video about the shills, but there's a shill who's defending. And the reason I bring this up is because why do I bring up the Conjuring? I bring up the Conjuring because I have been spending rather a lot of time on this channel dumping on the MCU and Star Wars. And that, you know, there was this great conversation with Star Wars Theory. By the way, Star Wars Fury has very much impressed me in recent days because I never really followed him. But, you know, he has been very fair-minded and open-minded, bringing Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, onto his channel. And also, who else did he bring on? He brought on Mahler. And I feel like he brought on, I think it was Ryan and Mahler. He just had this super long conversation about all the things wrong with Star Wars. Well, there was a commenter in the chat who said, "You guys are all just haters. You're all just haters," in all caps. And cop button. Okay, so there's a hater in the chat, right? And he pulled up the comment, Star Wars Theory did, and he said, "Ryan, you want to address this?" And Ryan and Mahler both had really great points, which is like, we don't hate Star Wars, we love it. You know, for Ryan's part, he's read all the extended universe, he loves those books, he loves Heir to the Empire and all that stuff. He knows all that deep lore, and his objection is to the current stuff, right? And he's diagnosing it, and they just kind of made the point. It's like, it's because we love it. It's because we love it that we can't bear to see what's happened to it. And so that's why I bring up The Conjuring, because it's like when you see these classic stories of good versus evil done properly, it's pure magic, folks. It's pure magic. But then what do I have to hear? Well, I have to hear stuff like this. Hat Tip Grizzy, give him a like and a follow.
This is exactly what the MCU needed. Loki saved the MCU, and I'm happy to say that we're back.
Wait, hold on. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Ouch.
And guys, I'm finally ready to say it. Loki is the best written character in the entire MCU.
This is not Loki. Loki died in Infinity War. And in order for this show to work, you have to forget about that. Now, if you wanted to say that Infinity War Loki is one of the best written characters in the MCU, okay. He's not my number one, but he's definitely in my top 5. Now, when I say Infinity War Loki, what I mean is everything we've gotten from Loki post Avengers 1, everything that the Loki in this show does not experience firsthand. Loki sacrificing himself for Thor is a better ending to his character than what we got here. The idea of him absorbing all the
Bingo. Grizzy absolutely nails it right there. It's like, that's exactly the point. It's like, oh, y'all just haters. Y'all just want to hate. You just want to hate on everything. Dude, what do you want from me? It's like, what do you want from me? This is not the character. The character that comes out of the gate, the power portal, the space portal in the beginning of Avengers. And he says, and Nick Fury says to him, "We don't have any quarrel with you." And he says, "Does an ant have a quarrel with a boot?" You know, it's like just those great moments with Loki. His savagery, man. He's a great villain, but he's not like the most deadly villain in all of history. Like, that's part of what made him so cool, is that there was a little bit of like, he had to have a work ethic to win in the Avengers. And I really like that. So it's my love for that character that makes the current version of the character turn my stomach, because this isn't the character.
The character development post Avengers 1 by watching highlights of Ragnarok and Infinity War is fucking ridiculous. And in order for this show to work, you have to accept that he did indeed absorb that character development, which these MCU shills, of course, are more than happy to do.
It felt like Loki had already had his story told, and it kind of ended, you know, it ended in the way it was supposed to in Avengers and Infinity War with Thanos killing him. But boy, oh boy, were we wrong.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
You had a satisfying ending to a great character in what might be the greatest MCU film of all time, and you choose to undo all of that.
But by the way, I really disagree with this argument. I've never quite understood. Like, I know people love Infinity War. It's definitely, I love Infinity War. Don't get me wrong. I loved Infinity War, but I never had that reaction. I mean, maybe I'm just kind of forgetting I'll tell you. At the time, I remember like being so excited. Star-Lord is going to be interacting with Tony Stark. I mean, all that was cool. Like, all that was like some of the best stuff ever. But I never came away from it thinking like that's like the best Avengers film so far. I never felt that way. The first Avengers film is absolutely the best one. But I almost would even take Age of Ultron, I would say, is a better film for the Avengers. But I would probably say Infinity War is better for just the experience of seeing all the Avengers together. Like, that was pretty cool. But like, I really felt like Cap wasn't very good in Infinity War. I felt like they kind of Captain America. He didn't have his shield. He had kind of his emo long hair. I just didn't like Captain America. Didn't have a good role in Infinity War. So understand the argument, just don't agree with it.
And just expect fans to shut
that it's the absolute best. I mean, it was obviously excellent, and I would give anything to have that MCU back.
Shut the fuck up and watch the show.
Yeah,
and sadly, of course, a lot of them did.
When it comes to Loki and Guardians of the Galaxy 3, these are two projects that will forever be regarded as some of the best content we've ever gotten for the MCU.
The Loki series has done damage to the MCU. It's made things that have happened previously seem unimportant. For example, turning the Infinity Stones into paperweights. And it introduced the multiverse, which is just not working. And they need to give up on it.
All of it is just peak writing.
Well, are you retarded?
Because coming off of Loki, coming off of what they did with the Marvels.
What they did with the Marvels. So are you going to explain how Loki Season 2 saved the MCU when the very next day following the finale, the Marvels came out and bombed?
That's not important right now.
Literally does not. That was the only mention of the Marvels in his entire video.
By the way, will you now explain what the Marvels did? Like, what did it do, sir? Like, what did it do? They always say stuff like this. They're like, oh, Loki he was so good in this. What was good about it? What? Explain this to me. You could ask me any movie I love. Any movie. You ask me, Captain, What did you love about it? Pull up a chair because I'm going to have a lot to say. It's like they never have anything to say that's specific.
Marvel needs a little break to reset and make sure that every single project that they come out with moving forward it will be top tier.
And nobody is even talking.
Agree, except, well, I slightly disagree that what they're doing now is top tier, but I agree they need to start making those changes.
Talking about Loki. In all of your recommended video sections, are you seeing Loki was great, the MCU has saved videos? Or are you seeing the Marvels just bombed videos? Seriously, nobody gave a shit about this show.
Captain America 4, Captain America Brave New World, they just set 6 months of reshoots for that project. That's going to last from January to May, June. So they're basically reshooting the entire movie because the film tested poorly with their test audiences.
I doubt they're reshooting the entire movie, but that's not good news.
And I'm glad more.
Which is such a good point because this is how sad it is. The shill that he's saying, dude, this is really good, folks. This is really good. They're reshooting the whole film. This means things are on track. Dude, that is not a good thing. Like if your film is so bad that you have to go back to the drawing board after it's done, oh my God, that's a disaster. The title of this film or of this video is correct. It's delusional MCU shill.
Marvel's doing this because, to take a film like Captain America Brave New World, which already finished filming, now they're basically refilming the entire movie to make something great.
Oh, that's so
Why
good.
should we believe that? After what we just got, why the hell should we believe that? And why should we believe you? You're the guy that got all giddy and hyped over the fucking Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania trailer.
Oh, no. It's the O face. It's the shill O face.
He made
And you literally just said,
so they're basically reshooting the entire movie.
That's not what the tweet you put up says. It says multiple sequences are being cut or reworked. That's not reshooting the entire movie. The fucking Marvels had reshoots, and look how it turned out. Hopefully, if they are doing 6 months of reshoots, they're removing scenes like this.
You've got to do better, Senator. You've got to step up.
Give us Soy Wilson, Disney Marvel. I double fucking dare you.
And I think this is just a lesson Marvel has learned to not go into production with half-baked scripts. I feel like when it comes to the MCU, we gotta relish in these special moments where we get something that's truly peak.
Translation: when something is not complete horse shit, we have to relish and celebrate that.
It's psychotic. They keep creating new ways to celebrate mediocrity.
Loki quite literally in the show saved the MCU, but right now, this is exactly what the MCU needed.
Done.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the
Dude, it's weird. They say the same thing every time. They say the same thing. It's like Loki just saved the MCU. It's funny because like Neurotic and Critic, they always say this in their streams, like, oh, look, guys, the Star Wars is saved. And it's like, but it's hilarious that they really do say that every single time. Look, I got a little bit of shit, Redoubt, if you're still out there. I got a little bit of shit for not liking Five Nights at Freddy's, which, by the way, is totally fine. I'm totally fine with that. I'm okay with the fact that, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe people see a different movie. Look, it loves the fans. And believe me, I understand loving a movie that loves you back, okay? I totally get that. So, like, I totally get that. But my point is, I can't like a movie I don't like. I just can't. It's like, obviously I want movies to be good because I like good movies. Hello. That's why I love I just spent all that time on The Conjuring because these are great movies that I really enjoy. Like, I had a great time watching them. So that's the experience I want. Can you imagine having the attitude that, like, well, we just have to be grateful for whatever slop they serve us, because if the slop is somewhat tasty, we just have to eat our slop and be okay because we should be grateful. It's like, dude, I'm not Oliver fucking Twist. I'm not going to fucking beg Disney. I'm not going to say, oh, thank you, Disney. May I have another? Screw you. You don't deserve anything from me. You are entitled to nothing from me. Nia fucking DaCosta goes, just fuck you. Like, you don't deserve anything from any of us. You don't get to have our love and adulation. Oh, I'm going to focus on the part of the fandom that's good. That's called wanting sycophants, babe. That's called wanting sycophants. By the way, that is a quality you will find in all dictators, in all narcissists, in all insulated elitist celebrities that live in a bubble. That's what you will find. A circle of sycophants that tell them what they want to hear and clap like seals. Sorry, that ain't me. So it's like, I can't imagine being like this MCU shill and sitting here saying, well, fellas, we have to be grateful for good content because we got to take what we can get. So it's like, this is pathetic, folks. It is pathetic. I can't understand how you could live that way. That's living on your knees. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. That's my attitude. It's just, there were phase 1, 2, and 3 Marvel films I didn't like. There was like, what was one? I did not like Thor: The Dark World. I thought that was not a well-constructed story. I thought the Dark Elves weren't that interesting as a villain. Now, it's like it's freaking Citizen Kane compared to what we get now. So don't misunderstand. But like, it wasn't the best film. I remember, I revised my opinion of Captain America. The first time I saw the first Avenger, it just kind of, parts of it hit me kind of wrong. But then on repeated viewings, I'm like, dude, I love this film. I love everything about this film. But like Iron Man 2 was kind of hit and miss. So like the first couple phases weren't perfect. But when there was a hit, there was a hit. Like that first Guardians of the Galaxy, that's a 10 out of 10 on the Captain's scoreboard. 10 out of 10 for the first Guardians. And I could watch that film any day. It's a perfect full triumphant hero's journey. And Star-Lord is just great. He's great as that archetypal character of like, he's a kind of Han Solo. He's a kind of more of a full triumphant Han Solo, which is great. And they did that. And the other thing too, is they built lore. So this is the thing. Loki introduces this multiverse and all this crap. It explains none of it. And I'm going to tell you something. Ahsoka, Secret Invasion, Loki, all these shows on Disney Plus, they are all like this, with maybe the possible exception of Andor, but they are all like this. They all introduce all these mystery box lore things, but they don't ever explain them. Worse than that, there's a feeling of withholding. Right? That's the only way I can describe it. It's like when I'm watching Loki, and this is partly why I couldn't watch the second season this time, because the first time around, I was curious about the TVA, but they would never explain things. They would, it would take forever for them to ever just drop a breadcrumb for you to find, okay, so how does the multiverse work? What happens this? What happens that? They withhold that shit from you. And what I like about the Conjuring universe is in one dialogue, in the beginning of the first Conjuring film, they basically explain everything you need to know to understand everything that happens in the entire universe. I'm dead serious. It's based, and ironically, it starts with the very first scene of the first Conjuring film is about Annabelle, because they are sitting there with these two young women who are living in an apartment, they're roommates, and they have the Annabelle doll, and it's been doing scary things. And they have Ed and Lorraine Warren sitting across from them, and they say, well, we got the doll as a gift. And, one day it showed up in a different room and it started doing things. It would move around the house. We didn't know how. We started to get a little scared. So then we busted out a Ouija board, because that's always a good idea, right? That's always a good idea. They busted out a Ouija board, and they talked to the spirit, and the spirit said, I'm a little girl named Annabelle, and I died in a car accident or something like that. And can I please inhabit the doll, right? And we thought, well, we felt sorry for her, and so we said, yes, you can inhabit the doll. And then things got so much worse, right? And so the characters are telling this story. Ed and Lorraine Warren are listening intently, and then, sort of like doctors diagnosing a patient, they then explain, okay, here's what happened. This is not really a little girl. This is not really the spirit of a little girl with a tragic tale of what happened to her. This is what we call an inhuman spirit. And they explain, what inhuman spirits are, that they're demons, that they hunger for what we have, that they can't have. And by allowing it to inhabit the doll, you gave it permission to attach itself to this object. Through this object, it is now able to get closer to you. And what it wants is to consume your soul. And this is only going to get worse. Oh my God, that's so terrible. What do we do? Well, the best thing is for us to take the doll home. Now, I, as the viewer, am thinking, what? like what? Are you out of your freaking mind? Burn it. Burn that shit. Well, this is what they say. Well, why not just burn it? Well, that doesn't always work. And the spirit can just go on to inhabit something else. It may not leave your life. It may find another way to infest your life. So what we have to do is contain it. So they take the doll home to their cabinet of curiosities, this room in their house that's filled with all these artifacts. There's literally a scene in which a character is asking him, well, isn't it dangerous to have all these things in your house? And Ed and Lorraine Warren explain that no, we take precautions. We have a priest bless the house twice a week. That was real. That's real, by the way. They really did that. They have a priest bless the room. They have a cage for Annabelle, which is this glass case that is made out of I think it was like church glass, they said, and it contains the evil. And they said, but why have it in your house? And they're like, well, because we're responsible. We know how it works. So for us, from our perspective, it's like keeping dangerous weapons like guns locked up in a safe. It's basically how they look at it. Now, that was two scenes that explained in very succinct and also very fascinating and very relevant to the characters that also helped develop the characters' dialogues, that gave you all the exposition you need to know. Zero fat on that exposition. It sets you up to understand everything you need to know in the entire Conjuring universe. Now, there's more exposition you get later, but you could get away with just that much exposition and you understand the rules. Folks, that does so much work for the audience. It's unreal, because as an audience member, you're now more invested. You're now more interested in what's going to happen next. I was glued to this movie from that point. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. What's going to happen next? I'm leaning in. Okay. Now, a bad writer is afraid to do that. A bad writer is afraid to give you that many answers that quickly, because in the lower skilled headspace that they're in, they think that mystery is good, right? You can't tell the audience too much, because then you're just giving away everything. And it's like, well, that's true, but you can't give away nothing. The audience has to know what the rules of the world are. It doesn't matter what your movie's about, what your book is about. The audience has got to understand the rules of the world they're in, or it's going to be confusing. They're going to be disengaged. They're going to be spending all their time trying to work things out in their head, to the extent they even care, rather than getting invested in your characters and wanting to know more. And the problem with Loki is they never explain the rules. They never explain the rules of the multiverse. They never explain, why is he here? Why do they all look like they're weird, like UPS drivers? What the fuck is this place? Like, they never explain any of it. It drives me insane, and I can't stand watching it. They're wasting my time. And they do the same thing in Ahsoka. Who is Balin? What does Balin want? How did he recruit Shin? What is he looking for? Why doesn't he agree with Thrawn? They never explain any of it. Secret invasion. It's like, okay, why can't they find a planet? What's the reason they can't find a planet? I thought there were planets everywhere. They can't find one. They never answer any of these questions. And these idiots that write this shit seem to think, and the shills that are sitting there telling us we need to be grateful for this. You should be grateful to your Disney overlords. You should. And you wouldn't have any content at all if it weren't for Disney. You ungrateful, toxic fans, you. And so they won't even tell you the answers to any of these questions. And it's what they don't seem to understand is that by not doing that, they're putting distance between me as the audience and the characters. They're putting distance between me and their story by doing that. And it's a fatal mistake. It is a fatal mistake that every single one of these Disney shows makes. And it's kind of uniquely a Disney problem because there's this other series on Amazon I've been watching, Invincible. It's one of the best superhero stories I've ever seen. It's fantastic. Now, season 2, I have no idea what's going on with season 2 because, like, they haven't dropped episode 3 yet. And I'm like, why not? They dropped, anyway. But the first season, okay, of Invincible is this really interesting superhero story that does kind of subvert some of the usual tropes of superheroes, but it does it in an interesting way that is not nihilistic. It is still a hero story. And I freaking love it. They explain the rules in Invincible. They literally explain how the Superman-like character flies. It's one of the coolest explanations I've ever heard for a Superman-style character and how he flies and what it's like to fly. It's so cool because literally he says, you know, our species, which are analogous to Kryptonians, but they're called Viltrumites. And he's explaining to his son that flying is like flexing a muscle. And the reason we can do it is because, unlike other species, we do not need to, we can use any point in space as a reference to create force, is basically essentially how he describes it. It's like they can create, what did he say? Like they can create momentum or a center of gravity from any point in space, was basically what it is. So it's in other words, they can pick themselves up is kind of what it is. And he says that basically like flying is like flexing a muscle, and that if you build up momentum, you should coast for a while because the more time you spend flexing that muscle, the more energy you're exhausting. That is so fascinating because it's like, I've always wondered, like, what is it like for Superman to fly? What would that, does it take effort? Does it take skill? And it does in the Invincible universe. Like the kid is really bad at landing for the first couple episodes. Every time he lands, he creates an impact crater because he doesn't know how to stop once he's got going. Super interesting stuff. It's not that hard, MCU. It's not that hard. You need to throw some freaking breadcrumbs to your audience. So anyway, with all due respect to the shill, I am not grateful for the slop that I am being served. I just am not. Melodic Method says, he Vadered! He Vadered! I just think of the eggplant emoji when I think of he Vadered. You know, it's like they love colors, they love sounds, and they love expressions. Those are the things they usually identify that happened in the episode. This is like one of the best Loki episodes I've ever seen in any Loki thing ever because the colors are so pretty. It's basically what you get when you get an MCU shill review. His lightsaber was blue and now it's red and then it turned blue again. This is the best thing Star Wars has ever done. It's like, okay, but what wise lesson did he impart to Ahsoka? Also, why is she taking lessons from the Master of Evil? Like, why is she taking lessons from the Master of Evil? That's my question. Shit Sunday, says Fu Man Blue. Readout says, geez, I'm worried about the captain. He has a thing for dolls. I know. Look, pray for me, Readout. Pray for me. Annabelle. I know. Why do I like Annabelle? I did not think I would. I really didn't. I thought like, oh God, I have to watch Annabelle if I'm going to see the rest of it. But I'm telling you, the way that like Ed and Lorraine Warren explain the rules, it's like, it makes sense. It's interesting and it's scary. Dude, you've got a doll in your house that has a demon attached to it. That's fucking scary, man. I'm just saying, that's really scary. Redoubt says, it's good to hear the Conjuring Universe doesn't turn demons into misunderstood creatures. So tired of that. Oh, hell no. Hell no, bro. Like, dude, I'm telling you, you do not screw with demons in this. You do not screw with them. And one of the interesting things about it too is that it's based on the real life people, Ed and Lorraine Warren, who really were the famous ghost hunters who found all these, they went to all these places, the Amityville Horror, the Haunting in Connecticut, These are all based on their kind of, they spent years, decades doing this stuff. Okay. They really do have a museum. There is a real Annabelle doll. It's not quite as scary. The real Annabelle doll is a Raggedy Ann, which does not look as scary as the one in the movie, but it's a real doll. Okay. So the real Lorraine Warren, Ed had already passed away by the time they made the first Conjuring, I think. But the real Lorraine Warren was on the set. She worked with Vera Farmiga, who plays her in the movie, worked with her and actually helped her get into character, advised on the movie. She was a consultant. She has since passed away in recent years. But for the first couple of movies in this universe, she was an advisor. And the Annabelle film is not based on a true story. It's totally fictionalized account, right? However, there really is an Annabelle doll. So anyway, in an interview, they were asking Lorraine Warren, like, well, how do you feel about the fact that, this spin-off movie, Annabelle, is just making up a story that didn't really happen? Like, how do you feel about that? And she said, I'm fine with it because, yeah, it's fictional. It didn't really happen. But it serves as a warning to people about the dangers of evil. And I think that's important. And I just thought that is fascinating to me that, like, Ed and Lorraine Warren, they weren't just, according to them, because there are people that, there's people out there who think they were frauds. And by the way, the movies do kind of deal with that. But there were people who thought they were frauds and shysters, and I don't know. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But just taking her word for it, they were passionate about the fact that evil is real and it is out there. And there are very innocent ways you can let it into your life, such as playing with a Ouija board, stuff like that. Like, and their belief was, don't screw with that stuff. Don't even screw with it, because if you let it into your life, it can wreak havoc. And they said, but the good news is that it can be contained and we can prevail over it if we resist the temptations of evil and we choose to do good, which is a choice every human has. So, I mean, there's a really powerful classical kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Morality, let's say, that's part of this film universe. And I really admire that. And I really find it fascinating that the real Lorraine Warren kind of felt that these movies had an important message for people, which is like, don't screw with evil. So, like, I just find that really interesting. And I find it really interesting that, like, these movies do such a good job of making possession or like hauntings scary, because I've said this before on the channel. I don't usually find exorcism movies scary because they're like, it's like zombies. Just walk faster. That's all you got to do. Just walk faster. With the demon, it's like, well, just, pray harder and the demon will go away. It's like, but in these movies, holy shit, man, do not screw with them. Do not screw with them. If I had to offer one critique of sort of the rules of the universe, I would say that the demons sometimes function as a poltergeist, throwing shit around, and they sometimes function as like a slasher monster, a la, Chucky or Freddy or, Jason, right? So they kind of will switch between those as the movie progresses. Sometimes they're a slasher killer in the house, and sometimes they are a poltergeist moving things around. Usually it works okay, and mostly I like it, but sometimes I do question whether that's a smart dynamic for the storytelling, because I think that, okay, well, which is it? Can your monster be anywhere it wants to be, or is it limited by, like, doors and things you have to, like, if you close a door, can you contain it? So that's one area where I feel the movies do blur the line sometimes, but overall they're so well constructed that I don't really mind. I don't really mind at all. Melodic Method says, doesn't agree with Redoubt. I do not want to feel bad for evil people or entities for that matter. Oh, no, you said you do agree. Okay, gotcha. Oh, exactly. Yeah, like there's no sympathy for the demons like in these movies. Oh, no way. And Wrangler is in the Rumble chat, said, wanted to show some love on the Rumble side. Hit the like button. Well, thank you, Wrangler. Please do hit the like and subscribe button. It's so good to see you all. Love hanging out on a Sunday night, getting ready for the week. Participate in the dance of creation. a new maybe we'll visit this next week. I feel like let's just do a teaser. Let's do a teaser, and maybe we'll dive into it some more later. We'll see how we feel. It's kind of a long video. That's why I say this, but I want to show you something. I went dumpster diving on the internet. No, I'm just kidding. I went antiquing. I went internet antiquing, and I uncovered just a charming little antique of the internet. And you have now, I used to love, I was a little too young for Siskel and Ebert, but I started watching, like, after Siskel passed away, I would watch At the Movies with Ebert and Roper, and then it was a host of other ones. Okay. This is the original Siskel and Ebert review from the year of my birth, 1983, of Return of the Jedi.
To a galaxy far, far away. Return of the Jedi.
Dude, it's like this is VHS. Somebody had this recorded on a VHS tape.
Star Wars saga. An epic of heroes, villains, and aliens from 1,000 worlds.
Dude, you know how the Ahsoka, like, 1980s trailer is like what is it, like, mystical warrior Ahsoka must fight. She learns from the master of evil and must wrestle with the intangible genius of Admiral Thrawn as a new Star Wars looms. Like, dude, this trailer is just like that.
The quest continues.
The quest continues.
The circle closes. The saga lives on. Return of the Jedi.
And it's coming Wednesday, and that's the good part. The third Star Wars movie. We've both seen it. I think it's terrific. How about you?
I'll let you know later.
In this show.
Okay, I liked it.
All right, very good. Return of the Jedi, which ties up nicely all the relationships between Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Princess Leia, the robots, Darth Vader, Chewbacca. I can't believe I'm talking about these characters as if they were some kind of personal friends, but I think that's what they've become. Across the aisle for me for this special edition of At the Movies, which we're calling The Secret of Star Wars, Roger Ebert, film critic of the Chicago Sun-Times.
And this is Gene Siskel, film critic of the Chicago Tribune. When the original Star Wars was released 6 years ago in May of 1977,
Dude, this is just such a time capsule, is it not? It's like when the original Star Wars was released 6 years ago.
It caught almost everybody off guard. Everybody, that is, except for millions of fans. The movie was not widely previewed for the press. It was only seen by a handful of industry insiders. But somehow the word spread in the science fiction grapevine that this space movie was something special. And on the opening day, even before the first show, there were lines around the block, and those lines went on and on and on until Star Wars became the top box office hit of all time. And that was a position that it held until earlier this year when E.T. finally...
Dude, this is so great. Like, is that, I can't read that, but it looked like it said total rentals in millions. Star Wars, 193.5, E.T., 187 million. Or no, what is that? Receipts? It's hard to read with the old VHS tape, but yeah, this is like such a blast from the past.
Slipped into first place. Meanwhile, the sequel, The Empire Strikes Back, is also among the all-time movie bestsellers. It's number 3 on the list. And the third Star Wars movie, Return of the Jedi, is expected to do just about as well. Well, why are these 3 movies such a phenomenon? What's the secret of Star Wars? Well, that's the subject of this special edition of At the Movies.
Now, before we get too sophisticated with our answers as to why the Star Wars films have been so successful, let's make some obvious statements. First of all, the films, all 3 of them, are a childlike good time at the movies. They have a strong appeal to the most avid filmgoers around now, young people, who began, you'll recall, competing with each other to see how many times they could first see that first Star Wars film. Now, as for why the whole series...
Now, when the prequels came out, I did that exact thing with my buddy. It was a race to see how many times we could see The Phantom Menace, if you can believe it. And believe me, every time I went to see it, it was so I could see Darth Maul fight Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan again, because that scene was so amazing. Duel of the Fates is one of the best things ever. And this is it's so fascinating that to kind of like go back in time and look at how people were reacting to this at the time. And it's like Disney needs to watch this video. They need to watch this video. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead because they kind of do a deep dive on like Star Wars is a classic Western is kind of their take on it. And they compare it to like John Wayne Westerns and stuff like that. But there's a part where Ebert gets into the rules of Star Wars that it follows that make it so brilliant. Where is it? Kind of trying to scrub for it. Let me just go. Let me drop in here because I think this is pretty close.
Force, of course. This time, Darth Vader here in a scene from The Empire Strikes Back.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker.
This scene is really why Empire Strikes Back is the best. By the way, Ebert agrees with me. He's like, Empire is my favorite. I think he mentioned, was it Ebert? It was someone was saying, maybe it wasn't Ebert. Someone's saying that like you always go to somewhere new and you see something new everywhere you go in Empire, which was so cool. The master of evil.
I love that scene. The sound effects are spectacular all by themselves. Now, what's so clever about the Star Wars story?
Read it. Did I say Phantom of the Menace? Did I say that, Redown? Oh, no. Look, things happen. When I'm live streaming, my mind is like exploding in so many directions that that's not something I would ever say if I weren't like on a live stream. I sometimes like hear the weirdest like mispronunciations come out, like just that one right there. So weird. I probably said that. The Phantom of the Menace, like I'm 80. Like, well, I said that's the movie, The Phantom of the Menace. Yes.
Instruction is that another tried and true piece of young hero mythology is that the young hero must somehow impress his father and become a man in his father's eyes, and then in his own eyes, of course. Well, as we learn in The Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader there, in addition to being an evil force that Luke Skywalker must conquer, also may very well be Luke's father. So here we have two pieces of myth combined in one character. This is very clever, because when the bad guy is also your father, that's a powerful character.
And that basic
now that point right there that Siskel just made, first of all, he'd be run out of town on the rails today for making that point, because he just said, right, that, you know, part of the mythology of a hero's journey, one element of it is a son wanting to live up to his father, you know, wanting to impress his father. This is a very classic trope in mythological journeys, and which, of course, you know, works for female characters too, wanting to live up to the shadow of their mother or their father. But this is specifically for male characters. This is a very important part of a mythological hero's journey. And Siskel is basically pointing out there that, well, you've got that in, I think they point out later that Obi-Wan is kind of a surrogate father figure. But what makes Star Wars so brilliant, or Empire specifically so brilliant, is that it combines the mythological tropes of the dark evil that you must confront with the father story in a really clever way. And it's like, it's as if they're explaining to Disney, you know, like, sit down and let me explain to you why these stories are what they are. Like, hello, Dave Filoni. Like, I'm sorry for the Dave Filoni lovers. He needs to watch this video.
ambiguity between what you want to admire and what you're forced to fear is even more powerful in Return of the Jedi.
Absolutely.
We can see still another parallel with ancient mythology in our next scene, where the young prince goes on a quest to find strength and truth. and he seeks to be initiated into the world of those who know the secrets of life. That's an age-old situation in stories like this. In a Western, he'd become John Wayne's young sidekick, like Jeffrey Hunter in The Searchers. But in The Empire Strikes Back, he finds a wise creature named Yoda.
It's really a strange place to find a Jedi Master.
So cool. One of the
This place
great
gives me the creeps.
moments.
Still, there's something familiar about this
I
place.
really want to find that part where they're talking about the rules of the mythology. That was the part I really wanted to show you, and I can't find it.
With the same good guys and bad guys and the same basic idea of the quest.
I'm quite sure, sir.
Well, essentially, so yeah, that's kind of where I'll leave it for now. But essentially, what they're pointing out is that, you know, here are the rules that are making this story work so well. And number one, and it's drawing on ancient mythology, is their point. Is you have the prince that's going on a quest, right? That being Luke Skywalker, and then you have the wise wizard who is there to guide the prince, which would be like Obi-Wan. You have the father figure that he's trying to live up to, which starts out as the memory of his father who was betrayed by Darth Vader, but later becomes Darth Vader, right? Then you have the evil, malevolent force that he must overcome, that being Darth Vader. So you have all of these classic elements of storytelling. And it's like, this is the problem that the MCU and Star Wars in Disney's hands is facing, is that these tropes are now not allowed. And that's really what brings it all back, folks. And in the final summation, what has this whole stream been about? Well, it's been about the fact that the reason we must fight wokeness is because it is fighting us. It is fighting these ideas, right? That's really what it comes down to. That is what the culture war really comes down to. Their goal, that would be those who subscribe to these theories of like fans being racist, toxic, you know, Nia DaCosta, you know, these characters, right? Victoria Alonso, Kathleen Kennedy, Kevin Feige, all these people that subscribe to these ideas, they are desperate to remove these mythological tropes that Siskel and Ebert are talking about there. Those are bad ideas in their view. They are seeking to remove those from our cultural lexicon. That would be the diversity and inclusion crowd, right? They're the ones that it's not enough for them to live side by side with those tropes. Like, they go and make their Barbie movie about the patriarchy and everything, and then we go make our movie about a son trying to live up to the memory of his father and be a great hero and save the princess. And in a perfect world, they would be okay with that. They'd be like, may the best movie win. That would be their attitude. Nia DaCosta can go make her 3 Marvels. You know, she'd go make her Marvels with the girl bosses and the girl power. And over here, we can go make our movie about Captain America fighting for truth, justice, and the American way. And she's fine with that. It's like, but that's not what they want. They want their movie, and they want to remove the ability for anyone to tell a story that conforms to those tropes. And they've had a lot of success at removing those things from Star Wars, you know, at least the Rings of Power, you know, Wheel of Time, Doctor Who, Star Trek. They have been systematically removing all those ideas from all of those stories. So why is the Marvels a failure? Why is the Marvels the worst disaster among so many horrific disasters in Disney's long train of catastrophes over the last 2 years? Why? Because they are at war with those mythological ideas, the same mythological ideas that are the foundation for storytelling for thousands of years of human existence. We've been telling these stories around campfires for probably over 100,000 years, since the dawn of our species. Since before we could write anything down, we've been telling stories like this. They think they're smarter than those ideas. They think they're smarter than the heroic myth that we've been telling around campfires for thousands of years. Nia DaCosta thinks she's smarter than that. And I got news for you. No artist is smarter than that. No artist is. We mere mortals, trapped as we are in these linear existences, we are all just doing the best we can. And those stories, to the extent we write them, consume them, critique them, read them, experience them, share them, tell them, in whatever form that those stories come through us, make no mistake, they are not coming from us. They are coming through us. These stories come through the artist. They don't come from the artist. And I think that the artist that has the appropriate view of their craft recognizes that, yes, they are doing the work, but they're channeling something. They're channeling something that comes from a higher plane of existence, of which we all share, by the way. We all share in that plane of existence. We all come from that plane of existence and someday shall return to that plane of existence and probably come back for another time. I don't know. Depends on what you believe. But I believe, I didn't used to believe this, by the way. I didn't used to. Like when I was a teenager writing stories, I thought it was all me. I thought all these stories are just my cool ideas, and my ideas are super cool. They're all super cool. And they're all like my ideas. And that's the way I thought of it. And to me, writing was a mental activity. It was a mental activity. I now view it very differently. I view creation as it doesn't come from me specifically. It comes from a source from which I have arrived, from which we all have arrived. And it comes from a kind of shared super consciousness is what I think. And I think that, as Stephen Pressfield puts it, the appropriate role of a mortal in that process is to work, is to embrace the suck, is to an extent, suffer a little bit, because, anything worth doing is not going to be easy to do. And I think that is why, it just doesn't matter the reason why. If your art and your craft are governed by feelings of grievance and resentment, I don't care what it is you think you're resenting or have a grievance against, it will poison you. It will block you from channeling that gift because that is the mortal's arrogant attitude about art and the source of creation. And so, these are intensely arrogant people that have destroyed Star Wars and the MCU and Indiana Jones and all the others, because they think that they are the source of all this creation without understanding that they are part of the source, and that in order to channel it, it is to reach for the unattainable at the end of the day. At the end of the day, the goal of the artist is to tell the greatest story ever told. And that's, at the end of the day, that's pretty much an unattainable goal. But it's not achieving it that makes it worth it. It's the pursuit. It's the pursuit. And so I pity them. Director X, Nia DaCosta, Jeff Loveness, I feel sorry for them in a kind of a sick way. I feel sorry for them because they're victims of their own resentment. They're victims of their own, they've blinded themselves. And if they can't shake out of that, they're never going to produce anything worth a plug nickel, quite frankly. So there you go. Well, we've had a great night, haven't we, folks? I'm trying to see if I missed anything in the chat. Yeah, melodic. Gotta love that warbly music in such a time capsule, right? Redoubt says, Hera Syndulla, a pilot who is a pilot. Yeah, with the heart of a pilot who is always dressed to pilot because she's a pilot. I know. It's but what's funny too is they got so much right in that 80s because I'm just watching that Siskel and Ebert Return of the Jedi review, and it starts with the actual trailer from 1983 of Return of the Jedi. And that trailer sounded just like that Ahsoka trailer. It's like, with thousands of interesting aliens, and the quest continues. And it's like, yeah, exactly. That's how you used to sell a story to people. And Siskel said something else in that review that was super important, which is there is a childlike sense of fun in Return of the Jedi. That is so crucial. He's like, there is a childlike sense of fun in this movie. He did not mean this movie is childish, right? That's an important distinction. He did not say this is a childish movie. This is childish fantasy or wish fulfillment. He said there's childlike fun. That's the highest compliment I think you could pay anything. It's like nowadays, and this, this is why the wokies, at the end of the day, this is why they're losing, because they're no fun. Okay? That's what it is. They're no fun. They don't have a sense of humor. They're mean all the time. They're angry all the time. They can never take a joke. They can never take criticism. Literally, these are all the behaviors that when I was a kid, I was taught, do not do these things. Do not go around acting offended all the time because people are going to think you're a sourpuss and nobody wants to hang out with a sourpuss. It's like that, dude, that used to be like the gold standard of what not to do. So listen, they're losing because they're no fun. That's what it is. Their movies are sucking because they're no fun. Redoubt says, I love putting my copy of Phantom of the Menace, skipping to the last 10 minutes, watching Duel of the Fates, and then I'm good. Okay. Was it? Oh, they were making fun of you, Redoubt? I thought I said that. You were making fun of me. All right. Oh, crap. Phantom of the Menace, and I'm not even drinking. Dude, that's so something I could have said, though. You could have convinced me. I wouldn't have doubted you. I wouldn't have doubted Redoubt if Redoubt said, you said that, Captain. But he did. Phantom of the Menace. Attack of the Clone. The Revenges of the Sith. The Revenges. Melodic Method says one-handed Vader kicking ass. Dude. Well, listen, there's so much going on in that scene that at the time, look, when Return of the Jedi came out, I don't think you would have needed to explain things like this. It would have been, and that's probably the wrong way to put it. It would have gone without saying. It would have gone without saying what was cool about that. I probably would have said it anyway, because that's just how the captain rolls. But it would have gone without saying that there's a lot going on in that scene that makes it so important and so cool. The fact that he's fighting with one lightsaber is specifically to show you, not tell you, but to show you that Luke is in over his head. Luke is in over his head. He thinks he's ready to take on the Master of Evil, and he's not. Rey never got a moment like that in the sequel trilogy. And that's really the problem with Rey. Rey never had her moment like that where she's in over her head and she's screwed. That's the point. Like, that's the point of Luke facing Vader is Yoda warns him, you're not ready to face Vader. If you go, you're kind of screwing all of us if you go, because he's either going to kill you or turn you. And then we're all screwed. Is basically what Yoda's telling Luke in Empire. And Luke ignores him. Luke ignores him because he's got to make that mistake. It's part of the hero's journey. He has to try. But also, there's a very heroic reason why he ignores Yoda, because look, you also sometimes just have to go with your gut. His friends are in danger and he won't let them die. It's not that hard, folks. It's not that hard. But there's so much dramatic weight to that scene for all those reasons that are layered in. And this is why things like Ahsoka and the Marvels fall flat, because there's none of that. They don't do any of that work. There's none of that going on for Ahsoka in the Ahsoka series. Like, I couldn't even tell you what she's even doing. Like when she shows up at the beginning of the show, because I was wondering as a viewer, when I wasn't totally hostile to the show yet, I was wondering, what's she been doing? What's her mission? Like, what is she roughly doing in this galaxy? Is she hunting down like Sith? I don't know. Is she hunting down Imperial Remnant? That would be kind of cool. They never answer it. They never explain it. She just hangs out with Hera like they're old drinking buddies or something. She says, oh, hey, Hera, what's up? Oh, hey, I got a map. You want to go stop this Balin guy? Okay. Oh, the Senate said I can't. Well, fuck it. Let's go anyway. Fuck it. I'm going anyway. Oh, shit. A couple of what happened on your side of things? Well, I was asleep in the water for 12 hours. And my old master, who became a genocidal monster during the war, appeared to me and told me, nah, it'll be fine. And then I woke up and you guys saved me. How was your day? Oh, the Senate, they told me I wasn't allowed to pilot no more, but I just like being a pilot, and I flew out there and I saw this big ass ring in space, and I just thought, gee, I probably shouldn't fly right at it because that looks mighty dangerous, but it's just I just did it anyway, and a couple of X-Wings bit it. That was real rough, those X-Wings biting it like that. But it happens. Shit happens. It's like, what are they doing? What are they doing out there? Anyway. Ahsoka. Yes, look, I have great respect for Star Wars Theory now that I've seen his perspective. He's a cool dude. He's a really cool dude, and I appreciate all of his thoughts on things. He is so dead wrong about Ahsoka, though. He is so dead wrong about that show. He admits, yes, episode 7 and 8 were garbage, hot garbage, and all these problems. They never did anything with Balin, huge tragedy, but there was some good stuff in the first episodes. And I'm like, dude, no disrespect to the guy. I don't know where you're getting that. I just don't. There's just nothing happening in those. And there was so much that I could see could happen. Like there's things that could be happening or maybe are happening, and it's just not clear to me, No, Redoubt garried. He garried. It's the Windows sound. Melodic Method says, come on, Captain. I'm sure we can throw away the wisdom of the ages without paying any price. You do so at your peril. But, it's also kind of the good news. Being just a righteous asshole to people all the time is kind of just has the seeds of its own undoing baked in. So that's really the weakness of the light side is exactly the fact that it's live and let live, and we give you the freedom to do you, and then the bullies use that freedom to then abuse other people's freedom. That's the weakness of the light side. You trust people, and so you open yourself to betrayal and stuff like that. But it's worth it because in the end, I think in the long run, the greater weakness is in the side of darkness, because the side of darkness uses force, and force always has within it the seeds of its own destruction. And in the case of wokies, those seeds they're just assholes. Like they're mean. They're just mean all the time. And that people don't like mean people, usually. And Redoubt says, do you pity? I pity the fool, Redoubt. I pity the fool. Fu Man Blue says, I'm off. Night, everyone. Good night, Fu Man Blue. Good to see you. A captain salute. There he goes. Fu Man Blue, founding member, the Swords and Starships crew. Right there. Take care, says Melodic. And good night, Tom. Tom, another founding member. Swords and Starships, off he goes. Redoubt says she was doing the normal stuff a strong woman does. Fold arms and look stoic. I know. Look being the operative word. I was just thinking, like someone like Haley Atwell as Ahsoka with the appropriate writing to go with it could have been really good. Like if she were kind of, the Ahsoka character from the Clone Wars had a kind of playfulness about her. She had a spirit of adventure. She kind of liked meeting, she liked traveling the galaxy. You sort of got that sense from Ahsoka. She was eager to mix it up with different folks, and it's like she had a sense of fun about her. And like one of her kind of like frictions that she would have with Anakin a lot of the time was that he was a little more serious and a little more dour. And so she was often at odds with Anakin taking things too seriously. And now, of course, it makes sense that she got a little older and a little wiser and a little more world weary. That's all fine. But there was just no trace of that side of her character in the live action series. There was no trace of that side of Ahsoka, which to me is crucial to her character. that is to say, there was no sense of fun. There was no sense of fun with her. And it's like, Filoni seems to misunderstand his own character, is really my point. He seems to misunderstand what was good about the Ahsoka character. And, I think Ahsoka's best moment in all of Star Trek canon was those final episodes of the Clone Wars where she escapes Order 66. Like, that was peak Ahsoka for me. That was peak Ahsoka. I really loved those episodes. I thought I felt like everything that her character had been over the course of Clone Wars came together in a really magnificent way. Her ability to think strategically, her kind of wisdom as a commander, a veteran commander on the battlefield, her friendship with the clones that she had cultivated over years, her kind of world weariness over her fallout with the Jedi. There were just so many elements of her character that came to fruition in such a great way that helped her survive Order 66. And I wish Filoni understood what he had right there. I wish he understood what he had in that moment, because he clearly does not understand it now. And that's very tragic to me. Melodic says, yep, she did nothing and judged I wish she did. If you're talking about Ahsoka, I wish that she judged people. She didn't judge Sabine. Sabine is like betrayed the galaxy, betrayed Ahsoka, fucked off to the other galaxy to find Ezra. Wasn't super into him anyway. It's like, and then she gets there and she's like, sorry, I betrayed you to the Dark Lord of the Sith. And Ahsoka's like, well, you followed your heart or some bullshit. It's like, dude, please, by all means, judge her a little bit, for fuck's sake. Sorry, a few too many F-bombs for the captain. Captain should... Look, I like the F word, okay? I just do. Who doesn't? Anyway, Redoubt says, gosh darn, my English no good at this hour. I'm going to take off nighty-night. Good night, Redoubt. So good to see you. Captain, salute. And to you, Wrangler. We're wrapping up the stream. Wrangler, good to see you as well. A salute to you. A salute to Wrangler. So, yeah, good stuff. Maybe we'll check out more of that Siskel and Ebert review in the future. But anyway, it has been good hanging out with y'all. It was kind of a slow news week. I mean, we all know Marvel's burning, so not much new to see there. But in any case, there's really one main thing that we are all celebrating the failure of, and that would be...
Put a chick in it, make her gay! Fuck Indiana Jones!
That's basically... That is... We have reached the end of the road. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to quit. Look, they may be beaten. That doesn't mean they're going to quit. So we have to continue. We have to continue in our efforts to, dismantle this whacked out ideology, which rejects the classical mythology that we have all lived with, which, by the way, has always included everyone, because if you are a human, you are part of that mythology. If you're human, you're part of this mythology. How is it that Akira Oda, right, a Japanese writer from a totally different culture, raised in a totally different culture than I've been raised in, is able to tell a powerful and compelling hero's journey with Luffy and his crew of the Straw Hat Pirates that I can relate to, that is moving, that is powerful and emotional, and makes me feel like $1,000,000 after I've watched it? How is it that he can do that, right? But he's from a totally different culture. Well, because these are universal principles. They apply to everyone. They don't exclude anyone. These are universal principles. The child leaving the home to become an adult, the adult having to live up to the example of the father or mother figures, or, those things are timeless. So listen, the only question is when are woke ideas going to lose, right? Like on a more permanent basis is kind of my point. They are destined to lose. They're doomed. They're doomed ideas. They don't work. They never have worked. They are false ideas because they deny the truth of our humanity. They deny the truth of who we are as people, which is we like stories about heroes. We like stories about good beating evil. We like those stories. They work for us. So there you go. So they're doomed to failure. However, I ain't gonna sit around and wait for it to happen on its own. Okay, that's just my only point. So I will continue to call out the BS. That's me. Great stream, Captain, says Melodic. Well, thank you, Melodic. And you, my dear sailors and starnauts, it is you who makes this a great stream. You're here chatting with the captain, bouncing ideas. We have a great time. We're part of a fellowship, we are, and we need this fellowship more than ever. More than ever. So, my dear sailors and starnauts, so good to hang out with you. And there is more good stuff to come. And, I will find more good things to cover for you. But until then, have a great week. Enjoy your victory. Know that the dark times, it is always darkest before the dawn, and the dawn is coming. So enjoy the good things. Keep carrying the fire, as it were. And I, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, until next time, I will see you out there.